All right, what's up, guys? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Just doing something real quick. Richard Mille. I'm just sending out something really quickly, but I hope you guys are doing well. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm gonna be making some changes to the stream. Things kind of just, like I said yesterday, I'm just not that good at streaming and whatnot. Um, and it's all good. It's all good, right? Um, but we're gonna go over some levels and things of that sort. All right, so let's get right into it. Take a good look at the daily chart yesterday. What do you notice? The S&Ps closing near the highs. QQQ very strong yesterday, closing near the highs. Disney pulling back with earnings. You had a nice tail here. This is the Dow. You can see a little bit of a tail there, and bada bing, bada boom. So, QQQ, we'll see if this relative strength continues. This is where I'm going to want to be, right? We're going to want to be in technology. Right now, we get pullbacks, hold, perfect pullback to the 50-day. You kind of touched it yesterday. So that is where I'm going to start my day off at. It's going to be tech names, all right? Tech heavy. Let's go through, we can go through some of the news real quick, but I just want to kind of get my watch list together, which I already have. Let me just log in really quickly. There we go. So I traded Tesla yesterday. I missed Meta. I didn't really have it on the radar. I did, but I didn't. Nice breakout trade yesterday. I was watching it last week, and it never really gave you the follow through. It gave you a nice hold Friday and a pullback breakout. You know, if you look at this, this is a really nice double bottom gap up, I guess you could call it. Gapped up, pulled back to the prior high, ripped and rallied off of that level on low volume. So you probably would have got a little tossed around, right? If you were really to look at this, you would have said, okay, that's a nice candle. You probably would have scalped that. But trying to hang on to this trade to the levels, right? You have your upside and downside targets. The volume didn't really start to come in. You got a little inclination here, but anyway, it pulls back, holds again, and that's when, it really started to take off. So sometimes trying to time our trades is probably one of the hardest things because we don't know what's going to happen, right? We don't know if this could have been just one of those pull back to pre-market high and then went. And you can see people got long there. They probably got stopped out only to watch it climb higher. So understand the trend today and this week. Understand the trend. Understand what's relatively strong. And that's what I'm going to be working on today is, putting the trade on and really waiting for that stop to come in for me to exit. So we'll start with Tesla, right? We're watching Tesla, AMD, Apple, a few others. I wanted to try to get a few more on the list. JP Morgan, real quick. I'll go back to Tesla. I almost took this trade yesterday in the afternoon. It looks like, okay, so it did end up ripping, bouncing higher in the afternoon. Okay. Let's see if this can hold the 50-day. This thing has been acting really weird. the overall market is going higher. This has been pulling back, um, finishing the day's red. Like, I really don't know if this is Jamie Dimon taking profit or not, and that's what's going on here because he's selling X amount of shares. But we'll see if we can get a nice bounce here off of this 50-day moving average that we just ran into. So this is going to be on watch. You know, just to have a trade to put on, right? Not looking for anything crazy, but if it happens, it happens. We'll see if we can't get on this, because if this does not end up trying to break out to the back to the top of this 194, 195 range, you could at least expect a pullback down to 185, and that would be a nice trade. So I will be watching to see if this is going to be a failed breakout or not on JP Morgan. So far, it's just a nice little rollover. 1, 2, 3. I think another test of 190, it'll break, but I'm not sure if we get that. Let's see if we can't get a bounce. Let's go to Tesla. Again, that would be the target, would be up there at 194. All right, up there at 194. You got your pullback. You know, like pre-market right now, you guys can see it's pulling back off of yesterday's high pre-market. So we should find out fairly quickly what she's going to do. Right? You gotta hold that 50-day moving average, and I want to see a break of 192. All right, I want to see a break of 192. Break of 192. All right, so that's JP Morgan. Come on. So yes, pullbacks, and we'll find out. Oh man, that's getting steep, isn't it? Yeah, we'll look for a pullback over here. Anyway, so yeah, targets will be up there at like 193, 194 if it holds. If it holds. Tesla, since we're gonna stay with tech, rejecting yesterday's low. Rejecting yesterday's low at that double bottom. I want to see if we can get a test of the 50-day, guys. I do. We got, you know, this is some really nice support down here, but are those buyers still there? That's the question. You kind of got it, but you didn't get it. All right, so I'm going to be patient with this one. You know, we tried to break above and hold this 195, or yeah, 185, I'm sorry. And it couldn't hold. It simply could not hold. It could not hold. So this morning, you can see you pulled back to 180. You're getting that bounce. And I'm looking at 182.50 to see if we can't get a nice rejection and actually break this level. I would like to get the break of it. I don't know if it's going to happen. We could sit here and, you know, dick around for a few days and not do anything, right? You know, I'm either watching for another test of this 100-day moving average. Now, the reason I would like to get this pullback, like get the bounce rejection, because like 184 to 178, that is the ATR, and that's kind of what I'm going to look for again, right? That is your level, is 178-ish. 178 area is your level. I just think, you know, so as I was doing some work, this, you know, this thing's the past few days has been putting in about $7, $6 to $7 for its ATR. So, you know, if we do end up getting a pop, and try, oh shit, I thought I was on a, if we can get the pop back into this area and not get back through 182.50, which it's already rejecting. We'll see, 182.50, 176, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that's $8 there. So yeah, we'll see if we can't get a pop and um, see if we can't get a nice little short here, 183 to 176, or we look for the long, right? Or we look for the long. It don't matter to me. Tesla, you tell me. So the level I'm watching is 182.50. We get up, we get above it. We try to hold. Then you can look for a run from 182.50 back up to 185, probably even a little bit higher. Now, this is what makes this big, because you have sat here 1, 2, 3, 4. You even got above it yesterday, and that was a failed break. This is why I feel like we could start to get either it's going to start to try and rally, or we're going to go back down and test the 50-day. All right. I mean, it could sit here longer, but one of these sides is going to give. One of these areas is going to give, and when it does, I want to be there. So I think you got like some clarity yesterday when you tried to break back above 180 is support. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not passing any judgment here, but you know, I feel like a nice test of 170, 175. This 50-day moving average would help for the upside. If you like this long, I always say this, if you're looking for upside or downside, let's say if we're talking about the downside, you'll hear me say we need to go higher to go lower. In this case, I feel like in order to go higher, we need to go lower, right? You know, this is ultimately the 50-day, and 175 is what I'd be looking for. So if you look at 170, where are we right now? 181, 182, okay, to 175. There's your $6, $7 ATR right there from here to here. Here to here is the ATR that it's been doing the past 4, 5, 6 days, right? Again, though, 182, 183. So, yeah. You know, obviously, if you break above 185 and you start to hold that, then you could look for a nice rally. Again, we'll see what type of volume we get off the bell. It may not even be a play today. Google. All right, this is one I'm going to look at. You guys can see here, 180, 169, 170. Let's see if this holds. If not, then you got a $2 upside. You have $2 upside on this name. But if it fails to hold, 170, right? 170. I have not been watching Google, right? So don't, you know, like sometimes when I make this shift, right? I haven't been watching this name, right? I haven't been watching it. So I'm watching 170 on Google, and Apple, obviously. We'll see what happens, but I still feel like you got Apple might have a few issues. I don't know. You know, this is a nice pullback to 180 on the daily level. You know, that's really where you want to start out. Find your major levels and then your minor levels. 100 and 200 day there. You held them yesterday. We'll see what happens in the next couple days. Look at the volume. It's been closing the days red. Let's just start with that, right? We go to AMD. This is why I'm leery as well. Like with AMD, low volume, right? This has been just a low volume bounce. So we're going to find out today with some of these names. Like, what is it? What are we going to do? What's the trend going to be? Are we going to get some continuation, or are we going to get it? Are we going to get knocked down, and the sellers step back in, and the S&Ps are doing what? They're coming right up. They're starting to come up with resistance along with AMD, along with Apple, along with Google, right? Along with some of these names. Snowflake's been having a really good past couple days, obviously, with the Qs on a tear. So I started looking at this yesterday. It's really... Oh no, what happened? It just got... What's up with this gap down here? This could be a nice trade here. Watch 160. I don't. You'll have to look and see if there's any news. Let's go look right now. Because if we are able to hold, and look, natural gas. I was starting the week out watching that because so nobody's really talked about Ukraine and Russia and what's going on over there. So they've built these cages over their oil refineries, and they've been flying drones into one another's oil refineries. Like nobody's been talking about that. And you're seeing after Friday, after Russia's biggest gas thing was hit, which I can pull up later on. We got a couple minutes to open. You saw, which I'm going to go back to Snowflake. I'm sorry, but no, you may not hear this from anyone. There's a reason here why you got this huge rip Friday with volume, right? You got that Friday because one of their things either got hit or it got hit with drones, but it pretty much got caught off. I don't know if it was Ukraine. I'll have to go back over the information, but one of their biggest things was hit. I'm pretty sure it was hit. Their biggest natural gas things that it's out of Russia. I'll show you guys later on. So keep your eyes on natural gas. There's been this tit for tat going on with Ukraine and Russia, and you're probably not going to hear that because nobody's really, that I see, really watches and what goes on day after day there between the two of them. So Snowflake, right? This could be a nice trade here if we hold. Nice little range play, 160 to 164. All right. Well, I would keep your eye on the QQQs though. All right, let's not get it twisted. Keep your eye on the Qs. Let's make sure we don't have a major moving average. They do have earnings. That's 522. Okay, cool. So we're coming into the 100-day moving average. This is why we look at stuff like this. This is a nice left shoulder, head, right shoulder. All right, but what's going on here, guys? This is not a good look. Look at this. You do not want, for an inverse head and shoulders, you do not want an increase in sell pressure on a pattern that's bullish. This is pretty much probably telling you this is going to be a failed breakout. All right. You want an increase in volume, right? You want an increase in volume on those parts. Increase in volume, you're not getting it. All right. You get this increase in volume, decrease in volume, right? That's not, and this is how people get sucked into patterns because they don't know how to do technical analysis. I mean, look at the selling pressure here. You have a new CEO. He obviously hasn't proved himself yet, or they know something we don't, because I don't know. I do know he's got the original CEO on tap if he needs to pick up the phone to call him to make decisions and ask him what he would do, but I would be careful. So we're running into the 50-day, so this could be a nice rejection point here off of the 50-day on Snowflake. Really, our support levels back down here. We could look for like 156. I think we need. I don't really like that. I don't really like that. This is why I hate when I first look at something. We got 10 minutes. Yeah, let's do that. That's what I'm going with, actually. That's actually what I'm going to go. I'm going to keep that, right? Because we have a nice range here. We honestly do. We have a nice range here. And we'll get some minor levels here. So let's see if we get a bounce back into 162 short. You have to keep your eye on the S&Ps or the QQQ to kind of give you, like, dude, what is going on with Snowflake here? This is nasty, bro. Like, this is really the level. So if you want to get a swing trade on this, if you see us kind of just like continue to try and bounce back to the 50-day, reject it, um, you know, a break of 160, you got room to 156, you know, 156. So that's the level I would go with, would be this one. I would rather go with this level here. Let me see here. Yeah, because it held it. Yeah, I'm going to go with that, right? So let's look for a bounce. Man, this thing is just so ugly. What is going on? Is there news with this? Let's... Okay, so Datadog. There you go. Datadog, guys. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. So look, Datadog. Here's a sympathy play that we could play with less IV. All right, there we go. I knew it was something. I knew it was something like that. I forgot. So Datadog reported earnings. Okay, Datadog reported earnings, and if you didn't see, look what's going on there. All right, so they did okay. Here's the thing: they did okay, but they must have lowered guidance. I started to read it, and it was in the news that I was going to cover with you guys. Yes, European stocks are up big, though, because they're catching up to what we did yesterday because the European markets were closed yesterday. I'm not sure if anyone knew that or not, but it was a holiday yesterday. And that's why I was a little reluctant on, you know, getting in and out of stuff yesterday. Disney earnings, we can cover that. So here you go. Oh, so they have an analyst upgrade. Tops earnings, but the stock drops. So Datadog stock fell by 10%. The decline could be due to the company announcing that Amit will be stepping down as president. So another CEO change. Another one. Because, you know, they don't know what's going to happen. They're taking their money and running. You can't blame them. With more open mind. So let's stay focused today. We have 10 minutes. So Snowflake. I'll just keep an eye on these levels here on Snowflake. Right. You have this dotted line, which is Friday's high. So we'll see if we can get above that. If we can't, then I want to see if we can continue to break this level here. Alright, I just gotta hurry up, guys. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. Let me just get all my stuff set up. Okay, I already did that. I did the 15. Good, 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 good. This would be a nice, if we could break 160, guys, this could be a nice 156, 150 level. Like, you could really get this thing going. I think we could. 155 shouldn't be an issue. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Oh shit, that's why I didn't do that. Alright, so AMD, Tesla. So I guess we'll do 4. What do you guys think? Throw the SPY. Or do you guys want to do more than that? Oh my gosh. My gosh, come on, bro. Fucking killing me, gang. Oh shit, we got 2 minutes, don't we?
Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button. Others can deflate with a single policy change. Savvy investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset.
I'm just gonna keep the 5-minute up there.
Sandstorm Gold Royalties is a publicly traded company offering a diversified portfolio of mining royalties in one simple
You know what? Fuck it. Okay, so we got Tesla there. All right, AMD chart. Boom, 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 boom.
How will your investments stay resilient?
Come on, bro.
We've been navigating change for 100.
Okay, AMD right up into that 20-day, guys.
Anticipating risks.
AMD, Snowflake. We got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
I actually want to look at the 15-minute chart on this chart here.
Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
Yeah, so we reclaimed this level here. You could look for, you know, if we pull back into 160, so I will be neutral, but like a 160 hold, Snowflake, 160 hold, long back up into like 162, 164. Take profits as you get them. All right, we have 40 seconds, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's in good health, good spirits. Don't rush. Don't rush the day. If you see anything, call it out. That's why I do this. I do it to record my trades. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly. And look, Google broke and then immediately tried to reclaim it. Come on now, you ain't playing with me, bro. What is going on with Google? This thing is nuts. Alright, Tesla. Watch for a 183 rejection. Alright. Look for a bounce. And I'm going to try to get short up at that area up there. We'll see if we can even get a bounce. Apple does have an iPad event today. I'm trying to hurry up, guys. I'm trying. I know. There's the AMD short. There it was. I gotta raise this up a little bit. That's why I can't really see the daily chart.
Can't escape these stories. Digitimes is one example of reports that Apple is exploring cooperating with an EV maker, and Rivian gets most of the mention.
Okay, so look, we are above it, guys. We're above the 20-day on AMD. Look, listen, watch for SMCI and NVIDIA and all the others to make sure they have a little bit of strength. All right, you want the whole sector to go with you. I was actually looking at Micron too. You have some. Look for the 158 pullback. A pullback off of 158. Pull it back in to go long. 157.26. Bro, come on, man.
Yeah, they sure have. I think that the worry about Rivian is do they have enough money to forgetting how much it costs to make cars. Now, David, there are some negative stories about Musk and Tesla circulating, including this National Highway, NHTSA.
There it is. There's a nice pullback there. It's a nice low volume pullback.
But is he still Teflon figure, Musk?
Nice gap here, guys, to 160. You have room all the way up to 160, guys. I'm going to try for this, guys. I'm going to try AMD now.
It is a capital-intensive business. Last quarter, obviously, was well-responded to by investors after the stock had been beaten down 40% for the course of the year. We are still talking about it down 27+%, as you see right there on your screen. I don't know if I call them Teflon at all. The concerns continue, Jim. Whether it's in the Chinese market itself, whether it's around the world as a result of competition.
No, I'm not in anything just yet.
And on from there.
Well, I guess I'm thinking about the Cathie Wood Ron Barron component, which is this.
That's a mean rejection, though. I tell you that right now.
My problem here, Carl, is that
It's okay. It's still in the vicinity.
if you're Ford Motor and you're doing everything you can and you still can't get your stock down 12, what happens when you do this one and you continue to make, maybe your cash flow won't be there.
I'm trying to get in it.
Difficult to build an investment case for Tesla. And you can't do it on robots.
I have it up. I have it up.
You can do video on robots for Tesla because that's who they have to use.
Lots of price targets have the core auto business as a fraction of the target.
I know. Well, I think that things sometimes events can overrun stocks. I mean, David, look, I'm not against. Obviously, these things are. There's an element of Musk is a genius, so therefore let's just buy it. I actually just said, look, I think Tim Cook is terrific, so therefore you had to own it. I just want to do that, except for autos are such a capital-intensive business.
Just got to be careful. I mean, we're above the 20-day. I think I might go for it. Let me make sure I'm looking at everything okay. That might have been it.
He said on the conference call, if you want to be in an auto company and that's what you're interested in, don't buy my stock. He said, we're an autonomy and robotics company. And that has focused.
Damn, that sucks.
Once again, when they're going to get there, they seem to have made significant progress.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. That's a buy point right there. Bang.
How much more
Here's the thing. Let's. Oh man. 119, 120.
as well, what they're going to be able to do. What are they on, 12.3 now or something like that? In each iteration,
What's the S&P's doing right now?
will the government be capable
I'm watching level 2. Time in sales. I'm trying to watch the orders. Yeah, this thing is tricky, guys. It's tricky. Damn, look at that. $20. You just got $20 a 20 cents a conscious. 20
They have a deal with NVIDIA, and it's on forklifts that do 24/7.
Look, this is lower volume too, though, guys.
Falls in them, they don't get hurt, and they can pick up
There could be a scalp right there back into the 20-day.
person who created the forklift for them.
Yeah, that's why I said watch.
And he said,
Watch. Keep your eye on like Nvidia. Look at Alphabet. Look at Alphabet go, guys. So there's a nice long. Damn it! It already went to the. Fuck!
we don't have enough forklift operators. A little different and very
You gotta be shitting me, bro.
pedestrian. Not everything is going to be really exciting.
Anybody take Google? Megacap Tech yesterday was leading. Was leading the charge. Look at Tesla. What did we say? 182.50 rejection. Fuck, man. Why do I get caught watching the stupidest shit? There we go. And like I said, we tried so many times we could not get up there. Today might be the day.
And Becky pointed out, kind of rhymes with Buffett trimming some apples.
Fuck.
I mean, we trimmed some NVIDIA.
I'm so pissed, bro.
It was like our largest position by anything for the charitable trust. Can't do that. But I do think that NVIDIA is resting for the next leg. And that's what needs to happen.
Earnings in the 22nd.
Coming up. But I do think that, and I think the earnings will be fine. I mean, remember, Blackwell doesn't ship into the fall. David's right. Blackwell is the sum total focus of what they can do because it's so much faster. And because it can see video, and video is going to be so important. I also think, David, I know when you
I don't know what's going on with these charts, but I don't like it. I really don't. I'm so tired of clicking on these things.
By the way, it
I really
also
am.
actually does it more efficiently at a lower usage rate. I mean, you know all this. I'm just repeating.
yes, I was in a car.
Although there are going to be
that
so
was
many more of them,
powered by
we
it that
still are
didn't
going to have.
exist.
Right. This has come up a lot. Again, as you know, AI certainly, as you might imagine, when you bring 5,000 people together from the business world, the world at large, a lot of people are going to be talking about it.
I will not miss AMD. I will not miss AMD. I will not miss AMD. I'm actually going to use a 2-minute, I guess. The thing is like the 1 minute really helps with volume.
So that we can become slaves to the robots.
Well, yeah, and Eric's been talking about Canada now. There's so many companies that are working to fix the grid.
It just feels like 2-minute can be a little.
Grid investment is still very much front and center. But David, I'll go back to Blackwell for a second. I talked to Jensen Wong about it, the CEO of NVIDIA. I mean, what he would tell you is it's so fast we don't know what it can do. Now that doesn't mean we don't know what it can do. Skynet, you know, the Terminator. It means that you have to write for it. It's kind of like again, I bring up the Vision Pro because it seems so humorous. But no one, you know, when you
Has anybody taken anything?
that's what's going to matter. You know, we have to know what's going to be written for Blackwell by Amazon, by Alphabet, by Meta, and then we will know how powerful it is. It's just right now hardware and software.
Oh my god, why do I have a 15-minute chart up on the SPY?
And we don't know, meaning it could be unbelievably great. And I'm betting on it's unbelievably great.
Look at that reversal on AMD. Oh my god, bro.
What Blackwell can do.
Bro, I'm missing everything today. I feel like I'm missing everything. Snowflake back down below 160.
Not as though there's nothing. This is happening in the enterprise at them right now, and obviously
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
with increasing pace when that chip starts to get introduced and is actually powering a lot of these activities.
But are people
And
scared
you're right,
of
on things
Blackwell,
like
David?
drug
Are they
discovery,
scared of
of
Blackwell?
course.
Are they
Well,
scared?
I mean, scared.
I can't win.
What they are.
Oh
I
my
might even
god.
say they're scared, but certainly there's got to be concern, and you hear it from us, in that things are moving very quickly. As I said, the rate of change is only increasing, and we don't know. We just don't know.
Well, what Jensen would say.
You can have a very long discussion that is full of positives with many people who are the who are the supporters of AI. But then at the end, you'll ask them, "Are you worried?" And they'll all go, "Of course I'm worried. Of course I'm worried."
Well, I mean, what's really incredible, all you have to do is think about whatever we can do, whatever movement we can make. A robot powered by Blackwell will.
Did anybody say get that bounce? You guys heard me, right? Tesla. Bounce to yesterday's close. Get short.
It can pitch it and it can shoot.
We didn't mention the Goldman today taking NVIDIA to 1100 from 1000. Speaking of calls, Jim, a bunch of stuff in retail. B of A, Nike, US 1 list. CD, upping, Gap, and Target. And next
86.
week we get a ton of retail.
Yeah, I thought Gap's come down too much. That was really great.
These are going to be too much. Yeah, they're too much, guys. We could have just, we were getting them at 120, 119, 120. They're at 140. They're up damn near 20%. And you have some weird stuff going on here. Again, watch NVIDIA and see what the leaders are doing. Like, yeah, I miss Google, so I'm not worried about that. It looks like NVIDIA's rejecting 915.
And maybe DTC, she's done it right, but she's the outlier. Almost everything else has got to have great value, or it doesn't work.
So next week when we get HD, Low, RH,
Those are
Best Buy, Chewy, Wolf.
Chewy keeps missing. Wolf, I don't know Wolf did. I do know that Home Depot and Lowe's, we got more people shooting lower again. Look, these are right crosshairs of why we need a cut. And there's going to be this gap.
SMCI, nice pullback to that support level at 805. Looks like it's pulling right back into that area. The next area would be like, I don't know, 850 to 835. It's you could say yesterday's high.
We need the rate cut faster than the stocks. Like if we had a rate cut today, Builder's First Source would go higher, not lower. We need a rate cut. That's what this is about. I'm not a billionaire, but I still know what the hell I'm doing in some cases. Just in some.
Yeah, 850. Let's see if we can try AMD. I think you can get SMCI and whatnot to try and go higher. If you can break above this level.
Delivery on Instacart doesn't do much for you, Jim. Let me just give you the quick headlines. Instacart customers, coming weeks, Instacart customers nationwide will be able to use the Instacart app to order from hundreds of thousands of restaurants, powered by Uber Eats. It's going to be a test.
RNAZ getting a pop here to the highs. Romeo November Alpha Zulu, RNAZ.
Well, I mean, DoorDash was at one point down 10. Now it's down 2. Tomorrow
It's a sad, sad day, guys.
So Dash will be down 7, and then it'll be down 3, because the people who are trading have no idea what the hell they're doing.
I think you got to watch out for a breakdown on AMD.
Because no one's going to grade them. But yeah, that's what's happening with DoorDash. Down
What is that? 150.
Can you believe this stuff, David? Can you believe this stuff is happening?
At some point, you're going to have to start blaming the machines because you're going to have to say the AI knows.
All right, I'm gonna look for
Already algorithmically traded. You know, the machines are already doing a lot of this. We talk so
Anybody
often
who
about
can
these
read
firms
Moby
are so
Dick in 1
much
second knows what the hell they're talking about, David. Machine or human?
That's a good line. And in fact, it can. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Call me Ishmael, David. That's about as far as I can get in 1 second.
1 second. 1 second.
Well, what's producer going to say if you gave him one?
Let's see what happens here.
Does it really get Melville in the way that you do?
Well, does it really matter what I get? You want to be really existential?
Jim, we didn't touch Boeing or Spirit.
Kevin.
Wider than expected loss, worse than expected free cash flow. Emirates, meantime, the CEO on the tape telling Boeing to, quote, get your act together. I'm not happy with Boeing. He needs to, in this case, he's saying you need to step it up on the
MTech shares with them
777X.
trading now at $4.39 at $4.27 at the highs.
You know, there's this
That's
half of me says
MTC.
David Calhoun's making a lot of money because that's the American way if you're a CEO, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what you do. And half of me says that Boeing is such a they came up with a B-29.
We did say 158 pullback
That was a while ago.
to the 20-day.
Hey, I guess you're only as good as your last plane.
I can see what Boeing's doing there. We didn't really touch.
Say it's
That's fine. We didn't touch on Palantir. Revenue beat.
that quarter.
Raise the guide. Not enough.
No, stock was at 25 yesterday. They got ahead of themselves. Palantir still trades like a GameStop.
Letter Z,
And by
Zillow,
AMC
the
for days
May
ago. By the way, if you read the letter by Corp, it's quite good.
$10.45
Talks about his
calls.
boot camp and how
Trading
people learn
on
to write.
letter
Now, there's an
Z.
example. I'm not going to tell people to get in front of that freight trade, but I thought that letter was terrific. It was
Let's see what happens here on this extension.
the stock got ahead of itself, but I want to bank with Corp. I think he's a very
Watch level 2 and watch your sorry, I don't have the chat up. Watch level 2 in your time in sales to really see what the order flow is telling you.
Around 79. It looks like there is activity in Rafah. They appear to have taken control of one of the border crossings with Egypt.
Yeah.
As these ceasefire talks yesterday were a mess.
It would be interesting if they opened the gate to Egypt, because Egypt doesn't want them at all, but I don't want to get too much in that. I do know that there has been a war premium, and the war premium has not gone away. The Permian is pumping about 600,000 fewer barrels.
All right, I'm thinking about it.
Difficulties with pipes.
Man, I don't want to get taken out
Oil
though.
is defying it. No one seems to know.
Let's see if we can't get a break here. I'm in the 155. They've already went up a lot. 155 puts. I'm not in them yet. I have them up. I'm literally kind of just waiting here. Let's go over to the. Let's go over here and watch. See what Tesla does. If we get another opportunity.
He may.
155. Okay, so AMD.
Sometimes I wonder whether he already is.
Oh, he's an early adopter, Blackwell? When I saw Blackwell, I love
So it's pulling back. Okay, okay, it just rejected it. Just rejected it. AMD just rejected. I just feel like it could sit there and could play around and not do anything. And that's what I don't want. Is it putting in... Is this thing putting in a little flag? The longer it holds here...
Been rejected as inadequate, and it is trying to stop international paper from buying a company in the UK, DS Smith, for $7.2 billion. So that happens. These things can be highly unlikely to actually get to the finish line.
I mean, this thing has room to 160. If this thing can really get going.
The company to drop the DS Smith bid, talk to this other company, which apparently is willing to pay a premium, but you can see what it's done to the stock. Had been up even more than that. But I
Can you guys give me any guesses? There looks like a double top there on the SPY. Double top on the S&Ps there.
I don't know that I can. But somebody out there can plant that, and somebody would be happy to report it as a possibility, even though it's highly unlikely to happen. Would you like that to happen, Jim?
SGBX, safe and green, getting a pop here for $4.86. Sandy Doc Bravo X-ray.
Well, why do you own it, Jim?
Well, I don't know, but my morale will improve.
Banana.
You brought it on yourself that time.
I'm trying to create something for Reuters, and you like make it difficult for me.
Why, for
Blackwell,
some
should
reason, you choose
PepsiCo
to
buy
continue to own
Starbucks?
it?
I'm talking to Blackwell right now. Don't bother me.
Let's see what Blackwell has to say about the bond market. Not a lot of data, although Kashkari's got an essay on the tape right now questioning whether or not policy is tight enough. Says that prices may be settling to a level above the 2% target. We'll hear from him at 11:30 a.m. As for the Dow up 50, Disney with about a 70-point drag. Back in a minute.
What are you going to do, AMD? What are you going to do? The longer it sits here, I mean, she's holding. She is. She's holding. I will not argue that.
To start a business, you need an idea.
She is holding nicely.
That's right, Craig. A team that's highly competent.
Is that it? Is that it?
Super fast.
Reliable.
Damn.
You locked us out? Solution oriented.
That was it. No, no, no. Let's see.
Internet out? Don't worry, we have AT&T internet backup.
The next level network.
Sometimes investing
It's not fun. I can't sit here and waste my time with something that's not moving.
especially when it comes to adding crypto to your portfolio. But it doesn't have to be that way. As the world's largest crypto asset manager,
Oh my god. Fucking Tesla, bro. We called that one out. That was a nice one today. That was a nice one. Go get it, gang. I told you. I'm trying to tell y'all. This thing going. I think we got a little ways to go on Tesla. I need to go back over to Tesla because it's giving us the move we're looking for.
Is knowing what
Unbelievable. Watch out. This thing could pop back up on you very soon.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
we need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Nice volume there on AMD.
it's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to
Nice volume. See, this is where the trickery comes in. Like, it's a nice hold there, man. Again, I think you still have room to 160.
An icon of modern design. A dial featured in museums
was made since 1881.
All the times about understanding what just happened
I'm gonna go
in the
back.
markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Watch race today. A little pressure here, although the stock's done enormously well. Beat on the bottom line. Shipments flat. Sales up 11. Earnings up 20. Even with some weakness.
That's so funny.
They did talk a bit about. For the time being, opening with some gains here. Dow's up 85. We're back in just a moment.
Just drilling, guys. Just drilling. Wow.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. 30 years ago, State Street created an ETF that inspired the world to invest differently. It still does. What can you do with SPY?
Nice rally on JP Morgan.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan.
Goldman Sachs pulling back.
Half the cost. Let's go, birds. When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Switch to Shopify so you can build it better, scale it faster,
I might try for a reversal here on Tesla.
much more. Take your business to the next stage when you switch to Shopify.
Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold.
Now that's better. TradingView didn't have
Because I wanted to be short Tesla on the pop.
Your calls are answered by real people who know you by name and are empowered to help. Like me. Hey Chuck, how are you? What can I do for you?
Does anyone else have any ideas? Like anything that they're looking at?
Okay, Delaware injured workers. Now what do? Document this injury. Many cases are
And look, they're winning video.
incident reports. Get a copy of the incident report or download one from strybonlaw.com. Complete the form, sign it, give a copy to your employer, and keep a copy for yourself. Then call my law firm so we can take over your case. I'm Fred Frybot, and we are Delaware's injury lawyers.
Fred Fragalot? What?
Explore true crime shows all this week on Xfinity.
I could really spend the rest of my life in prison. This cannot be real right now.
Rise. Court Cam is back in session.
Being guilty of murder.
I'm about to take an inmate and to live with me.
It's very important for me not to go back to prison.
This jail has gotten out of hand.
If we can't do this, no one can.
Free movies, free shows, free streaming apps.
I am finally free.
Just say free this week into your Xfinity voice remote.
Let's hit the gym and stop trading.
A lot of the high flyers are really getting hurt. I mean, Celsius, you come in, it's up 40%. They reported a good quarter. They did talk about an inventory issue that was actually quite difficult to understand. The stock's down 8, now it's come back to being down 2. So, I mean, that's kind of a pattern here. So the stock overreacts, then comes back. Except for Disney, where they're saying the next quarter's not going to be that good. You have to take the leap of faith.
How about tonight?
Okay, I've got Reddit, kind of a red-hot situation going on there, and I've got Palo Alto, which I think is making a very big comeback from when it was hurt by the last quarter. Wow.
Ba-na-na-na. OV-ho.
Yeah, I mean, let's remember
OV-ho. Man, I need some more coffee.
this is pretty darn chill.
5% off all-time highs. GDP tracking 3.3. I don't know. I've seen it worse.
It's very easy to be negative.
There she
and
goes.
it hasn't made you a lot of money.
Did anybody else get those?
We'll see it tonight.
Those 155s?
Eastern time. When we come back,
You're up about 25% now.
conference in LA, including interviews with the former Treasury
Oh,
Secretary
shit.
and the COO of OpenAI.
Everybody's saying OV-ho.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps rebalance his portfolio. She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets. And they aren't even aware that we spent over 2 decades focused only on RIAs. We understand what really matters to your clients is having peace of mind.
Your dedication says you'll always be there for them. And at Trade PMR, it's our mission to always be there for
It
you.
looked like it was trying to hold, and then she busted, and then she broke.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer
They're
need?
too much. Those are up 50, nearly 50% now.
Cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn
On the
more.
155 puts. So,
Carefully for our retirement.
I mean, everything else is going to be up, but Jesus fuck, man, I get so pissed.
Sold their policy to help pay their medical.
I get so pissed.
Got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
Like I said, to watch NVIDIA and SMCI once they break, you know.
Energy Vault announcing successful testing and commissioning of first EVX 100
Google.
megawatt-hour gravity energy storage system by China Chengyang. That's November Romeo Golf Victor. NRGV.
Qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel.
Everybody do.
Policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Healthy blood pressure and CoQ10 support.
All right, so checking in, double top on the S&Ps, kind of just hanging out. See if you get a bounce there around like 517 or so. Snowflake starting to pull back. Nice trade there as well. Really Tesla, AMD. AMD just, there it goes. I just get sick to my stomach. I could get sick to my stomach. I sat and waited in those 255s, and the second I take those off, she likes to drop. You know, because I was just like, all right.
NVIDIA pulling back here now at 896.80, down about 2.
It was starting to hold for a little bit of time, so I'm like, okay, let's just get, because like what I do is I'll have the contracts and up the amount, so all I got to do is just click it, I'm in, I'm good to go. So I kind of backed out of them and was waiting to see, okay, are we going to get the breakout or are we going to break down? And it's not over with, I don't think, because I thought the target was 155 or 152. Yeah, some room there, 152.
I have the strategy and tools I need to reach my goals. Seize your market advantage with CNBC Pro.
And you know, this is still technically, no, it is a break. I mentioned in the pre-market, look at the volume. Look at the low volume that you had on that bounce. You have the trade line coming in there.
Take a look at the markets on this Tuesday. Got some green arrows, 51.87, and the Dow going for 5 straight wins today. 3 stocks we're watching. Apple kicks off its iPad event this hour. It's the first new iPad.
154.
We'll bring you the headlines. Shares of Disney
All right, let's see here.
earnings revenue did miss down.
Where would we take an entry at? Where would my entry be?
Posted a surprise profit. And shares of Palantir are plunging. The software
I just don't like the way that
Lift the June 20 calls on NVIDIA trading ahead of their earnings. Lima Yankee Foxtrot Tango.
Oh yes,
LYFT.
we have a lot of conversations coming your way this hour and next. And we're also digesting a little bit about what we've heard as it relates to the overall environment. David, got a good
I think this might be your
yesterday, the CEO of Citigroup, about her turnaround. She was feeling good because she said, you know, the restructuring is done and now we move forward and we show results. The layoffs are done. She said the morale is good. And then as for what she's seeing on the consumer, they have pretty good visibility, obviously, into the card business and the bank business. She called it a K-shaped recovery. Listen to what she says. It's a K-shaped consumer.
Dude, she's so goofy. It's a K-shaped. What? Yeah, 150, 68, 150, 50. All right. I'm going after it. I'm gonna go after it.
PLTN, Plutonian acquisition, moving here again.
Oh, and shit, I almost forgot again.
November.
Watch CCJ, guys. CCJ. Right? Nice breakout day yesterday. You're looking for that continuation. You're getting it right now. Look at the volume today. This probably would be a better long. I might just go ahead and put this on because it's breaking out on the daily to new highs. All right.
It's going to be a tricky balance. The Fed getting it right on cutting interest rates.
OBHO.
Coming all the way back down to 2%.
I mean,
To go right. And
I know it's interesting given generally what is a very positive economic landscape. I agree with you. The conversations I've had have tilted towards being a bit more cautious and concerned, whether it's auctions and or the rising debt in terms of interest payments and things of that nature, and or how
sorry.
how beneficial
I don't know what I did to just trash the charts, but I don't like it. Like, look, you can see yesterday, this was a breakout. It pretty much broke out of this area. And just, you got your rip. I brought it up yesterday.
CEO of Brookfield Asset Management was on. He's got businesses, everywhere, from credit to infrastructure to renewables.
Let's see if we can nail an entry right around this area on these lows at like 52.26. I'll probably put this on.
Specifically asked him if he thinks we have an inflation problem. Here's what he said on that.
63, 4,000. Damn. There's not that many people on this right now.
It's going down, the trend is down, the markets are coming back. What indicates
What's the volume at next week?
liquidity is coming back in the markets. And every month for 12 months, liquidity's been coming back. That drives more transactions, it drives more activity, it drives buyers and sellers together. And
I'm missing AMD, aren't I?
back up after a tough 24 months, and it's getting better.
Feel good effect of lower rates helping drive liquidity and deals and transactions and capital markets activity. And he's got a pretty good view into that. So I thought that was notable as well. And then, you just hit on it, but the political conversation.
Yeah.
It's front and center.
Sorry, I didn't have the chat up.
I mean, again, I sort of shared some of that.
OBHO.
In terms of rising national debt as a result of obviously significant deficits, what it's going to mean when we have a $1 trillion in interest payments every year. It's part of the budget process. In fact, we do get to that level. Someday there'll be a need to raise more revenue, regardless of who wins the election. Things of that nature.
Lot of blasting, I would say, of the Biden administration here from this crowd.
Yeah.
On regulation. Ken Griffin did not hold back. He never does.
I mean, listen, the regulation, when you talk to CEOs, and certainly we both do a lot, it's, and those who do deals, it's always going to come down to antitrust in terms of their
Absolutely, and it should.
And a guy who was a guest earlier.
All right, so I'm looking at the 150 puts right now, guys. There's a lot of volume there now. Again, we're paying up for them. Don't, one pop, and you could still, you get yourself hurt. Don't go crazy. Because technically, as long as you're holding 154, this is still kind of bullish, but I'm going to give it a shot. I almost just got into it. I need to see what AMD's doing. I think that should be an entry there. Let's see. Let me go to here. Let's pull up. Okay, so AMD is right there. I'll get rid of Snowflake. It's not really moving. SM's. What's the ticker SMH for semiconductors? Semiconductor.
To a certain extent, still, I hear about it all the time, and there's no doubt that regulatory continues to be a gating issue.
OBHO.
And/or some of the actions that are taken are seen as, in part, penalizing U.S. companies and benefiting.
They penalize people too, not just U.S. companies. Let's not get it twisted here.
Yeah, and some people here using Europe as an example of obviously what not to do. We don't talk about any big AI firms in Europe. I just want to, on the political front, the crowd is increasingly preparing for a Trump presidency. I think that's what I hear.
And you are too.
Well, look, we got this new
I
Gen
hope
Z
so.
poll that we do at CNBC, young folks that we polled about how
Damn, Tesla's still going, guys.
one is what
All right, you know what? I'm gonna.
about the job market.
Fuck,
Only
I'm such an
6%
idiot, but.
extremely good, 38% pretty good, 44%. So
All right, I just took those AMD puts.
the job market, which is
I just took some AMD puts.
rate under 4%, and it's been there for a really long time. We have wage growth in a way
Oh,
that
that's
we
not
haven't had
cool.
in years, and yet the sentiment, or at least responses to polls, indicate otherwise, and that's maybe why when we asked which would do best in the economy, President Trump got 40% of the vote, President Biden got 34% of the vote, and Robert Kennedy
Ho.
got 25% of the vote. So 29.
Where is Nvidia?
Close
Shit.
numbers here, but clearly for the younger generation, he's having a bit of an impact. We're going to talk about the political, economic environment throughout the day. In the next hour on Money Movers, we'll talk to the CIO of Bridgewater, Karen Carneal Tambor. We'll talk to Mike Arrighetti.
All right, so again, I just took those. I took AMD puts, guys. I would like to try and test, like.
I don't know, Disney earnings.
I might have.
Interesting to bring up given the move in the stock today and just in general what he's
I
seeing.
don't want to ruin this trade.
Carl.
All right, guys.
MISC, my side begins compliance with
Apple's
NASDAQ closing bid price rule. That's Michael Yankee, Sandy Zulu.
Not a big Cupertino one, and we already got an update to the iPad Air model. Tim Cook just announcing that one is going to come in 2 sizes. Also, a little AI angle here, Carl, as well, saying it's a good tablet for artificial intelligence. Not many details beyond that. But look, here's why beyond the gadgets, this is really
AAPL,
important.
Apple
iPad
says
sales
no iPad
have been
Air is
down
50%.
5 of the last 6
Damn, I
months.
gotta take. This is why I gotta take some profits there.
For the March quarter, but also said iPad sales are going to grow again this quarter by double-digit percentage point, and that's going to help Apple meet its revenue guidance on the top line, low single-digit percentage growth. Now, don't expect anything serious on A, like just said, but as far as artificial intelligence goes, they are talking about how the hardware is capable of processing some AI tasks. The real AI announcement, though, is expected on June 10th at that in-person WWDC event at Apple HQ in Cupertino. And as for the fun stuff, of course, there's an iPad Air that was just revealed 2 sizes, and Bloomberg has reported to expect a refresh of all iPad models. Tim Cook just said at the announcement, today is all about iPad, and the iPad Pro.
Watch out, the SPY is up. I'm gonna actually take this off.
Reportedly with that same screen technology you already have on your iPhone, and guess what? It's probably going to cost a fortune. And then, of course, the iPad Air, which is already announced, iPad Mini, and that bargain regular iPad, all getting a bunch of internal updates. But really, this is just an appetizer to the AI announcement at WWDC. And aside from this event, I want to turn over to Rivian real quick and talk about the shares popping there. This is on a Digitimes report out of Asia saying that Rivian and Apple are in talks for some kind of car partnership. Now, Rivian does not have CarPlay, so I'm kind of reading it into that, not necessarily like it's some sort of Apple robotaxi Rivian partnership. This is more likely something on the CarPlay side. That's where you just plug in your phone and get all the apps and so forth from your phone on the display. We're getting Rivian earnings tonight, so we'll see if there's any announcement there, guys.
It's not working for me.
Steve, thanks. Fascinating look at the iPad rollout, Steve Kovac. Let's turn to Disney this morning. Company does report a surprise profit in streaming entertainment, and it raises its earnings forecast. Shares, though, under pressure. CFO Hugh Johnston on the call today, talking about travel.
OVO.
While consumers continue to travel in record numbers,
Damn, that was some. Damn, that's some serious volume there.
we are seeing some evidence of a global moderation from peak post-COVID travel.
Michael Morris, Guggenheim Securities Entertainment Media Analyst, joins us this morning. Michael has a buy on Disney and a target at 140. It's great to see again. I do wonder, for a print where streaming was going to be one of the key narratives, is the parks commentary a bit of a surprise?
Should have took it off. The volume's drying up, but there's some nice volume that's going through the whatchamacallit.
Company provided with their earnings release, saying that they expect third quarter operating profit at their experiences segment, which is primarily their parks business, to be flat on a year-over-year basis for a number of reasons. So investors had questions about how much of the pressure on the parks segment in the coming quarter was sort of temporary versus long-term, and when you hear that commentary from the CFO, just expressing a little bit of moderation on a segment that really is, the rock of this business as they go through the transition on media. It shakes confidence. That's what we're seeing right now.
Right, and your point is just given the contribution that parks and experiences, which includes cruises and includes consumer products, makes to overall OpperNet, right?
Completely, and remember, I mean, the business is complex, as we all know, and it's a work in progress right now. It's something to remember. There was so much focus on.
Yep, massive covering there. God damn it, bro. I knew I should have took this piece of shit off.
Which is really kind of regaining their footing with Bob Iger coming back.
The end price target raised to $16
They had a lot of focus on that part of the
at
business.
HC
And now
Wainwright.
we're in a bit of a lull.
That's
as
at
the
Lima
market
Delta
knows
November.
as we're waiting for some of the new
ELDN.
content to come online. But during that period, the parks was the business that people always would gravitate to with respect to their confidence, because it's just such a juggernaut and demand from consumers is so strong.
So I just want to understand here then, Michael, the guidance that seems to be pressuring the stock right now, I mean, is it a concern to you? Are you going to lower your numbers overall, or is the market making too much of it, in your opinion?
Well, I'd say, first of all, it's a concern. It's always a concern. And when I look at the guidance that they just gave me for the third quarter compared to where my numbers were before, that guidance is below my number. So I can't really say what I would do with my model, but those are the differences right there. It's absolutely a concern. Over the longer term, I still feel very good about this company and this business and the parks asset in particular. But we do want to make sure that we're being accurate in how we model what's happening in the macro.
Spies above VWAP. I'm going to have to get out of this. What's NVIDIA doing?
He's seeing significant consumer weakness. It was a bit more modest, talking about post-COVID demand.
Yeah, and the SMH doesn't have resistance up until 221. That's a ways to go. Yeah, I'm going to get fucked right in the ass. God damn it, bro. I should have took some off right there on that initial move. Like, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's a low volume bounce and then just out of nowhere it just... Jesus fucking Christ. Man, fucking suck a dick. NVIDIA is still locked below that level there.
Perhaps thought the stock would be up. So clearly it's the guidance that's weighing here. Am I wrong in thinking, though, that the trends that you're seeing in direct-to-consumer are actually what investors would embrace?
Yes, but as with everything with Disney, it's a little bit complicated, right? So they had a strong direct-to-consumer subscriber.
Look, it's got room back up to 158. That was the short right there, 158. What a sick fuck, bro. God damn it, man. I knew I should have took that off. I knew I should have took it off. I knew it. I knew it. The only reason I didn't is because I started seeing this. A low volume bounce. I mean... I'm sure Tesla gave you follow through, didn't it?
Especially all across media. Thanks for the help today. Good to see you.
Thank you.
As we head to a break, let's give you a roadmap for the rest of our hour here. Some big interviews are coming up right here at Milken. Former Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin will join me.
Let's start pulling back. See if I can't...
NYCB, that big investment from his firm, and a lot more. Plus, we'll get a rare look inside OpenAI.
Get something here. I don't know. Fucking crazy, bro.
Apple's big iPad event, which we just mentioned a moment ago. Big Show continues. A Squawk on the Street is back after this break.
With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse order.
Tesla's trying to reverse, it looks like. Looks like Tesla's trying to bounce.
HNRA acquisition reports compliance with NYSE American company guide following on its annual
When it comes
report.
to investing,
That's
we live in uncertain
HNRA.
times. Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button. Others can deflate with a single policy change. Savvy investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset. So how do you invest in gold? Sandstorm Gold Royalties is a publicly traded company offering a diverse
Bro, look at the SPY.
combining royalties in one simple investment. Learn more about a brighter way to invest in gold at sandstormgold.com.
When I run, they'll say on your mark, and they say set, and the gun goes off, and it's just a humongous explosion of energy. When you're at your very top speed, it feels like you can run forever. And then there's this one moment where everybody else starts to die, and you're like, I'm not about to die. I'm about to get faster. My ambition is to change the world. Whether it's fashion, music, racing, of course. I put action to my dreams.
The Olympics from Paris starts July 26th on NBC.
Yeah, I gotta get out of this.
Paris plumbing, heating, air, and
I was hoping for a little pullback to like 155.45-ish. Like, just give me like a little pullback, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Now it's trying to hold VWAP.
We'll check the most important parts of your air conditioning system, ensuring it's ready for the summer ahead. Act now and save big before
You can see, no, there's no selling pressure.
Apple says new iPad Pro uses M4 chip.
What's this?
Your wings.
Light 'em up.
It's a beautiful day to fly.
It's gonna break out higher, isn't it? Oh, how the roles have been reversed.
Despite an earnings beat on Robert Frank is at HQ with more on the quarter. Hey, Robert.
Good morning, Carl. Those shares down about 3%. Now, Ferrari is sold out of all of its models for at least 2 years. Investors seemed a little concerned about the production being flat in the quarter. The company saying that was all due to some models being phased out and the new models just ramping up. Revenue was up 11%, earnings up 13%. So they're making more from the same number of cars, what CEO Benedetto Vigna calls value over volume. So basically increasing profits without growing production. The price of their new 12-cylinder car launched last week is $423,000. That's much higher than the previous value. And they're selling more of their $2 million Daytona SP3s. China was down, so they shifted more cars to the U.S. and Europe.
Bro, the SPY is just on one today.
Hybrid factory next month. Their first full EV is going to be unveiled next year. Already about half of Ferraris being sold are hybrid and half the ICE engines. Now, the new factory will also allow them to expand hybrids. This was a richly priced stock going into this print. It's trading at around 49 times forward earnings. That's about the same as Hermes, twice that of LVMH. David,
All right, guys.
Looking at market cap, Ferrari market cap now close to $80 billion.
Wait,
So
was
it's
that still
50%
not?
higher than GM's total value?
Yeah, it's always, it's funny when we talk autos, which we often do, starting with Tesla.
Did anybody take those with me?
I'm always interested in hearing about the
Just let me know in chat if you did. I'm just wondering if you guys did. Because, depending on where you got in, take profits, cut, take half of it off, do something. Do something. This 15-minute chart here showing that, you're getting a nice reversal back through here, so I don't know. I don't know. I think you got to be careful, like, I don't trust it. That's all. I don't trust it. So, don't get hurt. Like, look at the reversal. It could still go down. Out of nowhere, you could still get, you know what I'm saying, a nice pop. Look at the S&Ps. The S&Ps are just trying to be on one. Oh, they did fall on low volume? Of course. Of course. Low volume and everything, right? I'm not looking at AMD anymore. Fucking piece of shit makes me sick. Let's see, if it doesn't... You know, I don't want to get sit here and get chopped up. I'm not doing that. That thing can suck my, you know what. Tesla, I have an eye on it because I think, I don't know. I really just, I don't know.
You know, technology can't answer those questions.
I don't know.
But RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's
I'm
much
starting to get
easier.
hungry.
It's more than tech.
Google already did the move right out the gate.
Who gets you and treats RIAs like they treat their clients. And that's trade PMR.
Snowflake still rejecting 160.
Your chain's off. We can fix it now, and you're done.
I think JP Morgan's going to continue to go higher. Did anybody take CCJ for the breakout to a new high?
Download the video chat with experts for only $25 a year.
See what I mean with AMD? It's acting like a little bitch. Right? It's acting like a little bitch. Like, you can't trust this thing. Because it could just rip back to it could just go ahead and fill the gap up there at 158, 160. It could head right back up there in a heartbeat. It's been in an uptrend. Feels like it's one of those days where it's just going to be flat. So, that thing can go sucker, you know what. Go all the way off. Just playing. Just trying to spice it up a little bit. Baba, I haven't looked at in a little bit. I want to find something, man. My goal today was to get a nice green trade, and I fucked that up. You know, I had to stop out at AMD. I just don't trust this thing. It's moving shady. It really is. You could sell spreads. This probably be a perfect stock to sell spreads with. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's look for something.
And so we're spending a lot of time thinking about what does that new relationship look like. We believe very strongly that there has to be a dialogue and a conversation between companies that train AI models and content owners and publishers. And so this is, you know, our first step in what I think.
This sucks. I hate getting hungry. I really do.
As to how we think content
Do not feel like eating.
should be allocated.
Fuck. I would love to take a long on Tesla there, but I have a feeling it's going to fail and pull back even further. You know what would be really cool also is if we could get, you know, when I click up top there, I wonder if we can take the long on AMD. So that is lower volume than yesterday. It looks like it's trying to set up here for a nice little move. It's just, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like, man, this thing just playing the fuck around. Here it goes. This is probably gonna go ahead back up to 180. I think this thing's just overbought. I know it's on the lows and everything, but I still think it's overbought. In every way, shape, and form. Damn. Another rejection right there, guys. God damn. How many more times you gonna reject it?
I think to say it conservatively, but we're going to start that process soon.
Right. Well, what it would allow for is essentially if I'm a content creator and or any sort of media company, I can dictate what I'm okay with having your large.
Here it goes. See if you start to get your pop now. See if you can get your pop. Your daily dose of pop.
We've released technology that similar to the robots.txt.
Let's see if you can get your daily dose of Drake. Your daily dose of pop.
This is just a step further on.
Don't do it to him, AMD. Please stop.
All right, well, you know, our viewers may not know you, but you
Yeah, I heard the one a little bitch. Might call the cop.
you spend a lot of your time figuring out how this tech, meaning
Pop, pop, pop. Come on.
get integrated into the world. What does that mean?
Nope. Yep. What do you want to do? This is what I mean. This is why I'm not fucking with this thing right now. Because it is, you know, it's in an uptrend. This could just be a nice tight consolidation day to grind higher tomorrow. So this is why I feel like I'm wasting my time watching AMD. AMD a little bitch. AMD's a little bitch. Wilding out like a little snitch. He talked too much shit. Got his ass thrown in a ditch. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. We could bake with some snowflake. We could get snowflake shorts up there at 160 if you get continuation out of D-Dog. D-Dog. Looks like it's trying to pull back now. Watch the overall markets. Watch the SPY. Damn, son. Where your ass was at, though? Where your ass was at, though? Alright, so we're putting in lower highs. Euro markets closed nice and green today. Let's look at the IWM. Look at the IWM ripping. Ripping. Look at names like MSTR. Coinbase slaughtered. Damn. Mara. Damn. Double top. Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Alright, fuck it. Let's go. It's on. It's on.
Again, many people know that Microsoft has obviously provided a good deal of capital to sort of power
S&Ps.
given your ambition.
S&Ps.
You have an endless need for
BTCs.
Well, look, we focus on what we control and what we need, and ultimately our goal is to deliver the best intelligence.
Alright, might have to just look at some small caps or something because the market's being a little witch and just gonna sit sideways today, it feels like. So let's go through the scanner. Oh shit. It's gonna die, it's gonna die, it's gonna die. Resuscitate it. That was close. That was close. That was close. Alright, so Bitcoin is still holding on. You guys can see here this level. Watch Mara. It had a heck of a day yesterday with Bitcoin. Nice pullback to this level, so I'll keep Mara on watch. It was a stock that I did not say that I was watching, but I am watching. Like, look at AMD. It's just playing the hell around now. Like, it's some bullshit. It really is. Oh, look. 10:30. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:30. Yup. Yeah, we got to start dropping. Watch, it's probably going to start dropping now. But,
the company itself exists to advance developed and benefits all of humanity. I believe that's your. Do you believe you're still doing that?
I do. One of the things that's really remarkable about OpenAI is I was worried about kind of how diluted our mission would feel as the company got bigger. If anything, it's actually felt stronger, which is kind of counterintuitive. But I think the rate of progress in the field and the promise that the technology has, its ability to actually start delivering real impacts in people's lives, not in like 10 years, but like right now, is really kind of galvanizing people to A, want to understand what it is that we're about as a company, and B, to help us deliver it. I think we get stories every day of how this technology has changed people, changed their life, changed their business, and it's just, we think the models are still actually pretty dumb, all things considered, and so we think there's only upside from here.
Of course, Carl, they continue to obviously say that they're focused on the safe part of their mission statement as well, not just the beneficial to all of humanity, although that's saying something. OpenAI is such a fascinating company. Obviously, it's private. It's got the for-profit part that controls ChatGPT, but it's run by that not-for-profit board, which is also tasked.
You gotta be shitting me, bro.
Out when we do reach artificial general intelligence. I don't know exactly, and Brad didn't really offer a great deal of detail in terms of how they're going to know when we get there, but that is something else that they're also tasked with, just so you know.
So I seen those big sell orders, right? And that's why I started to stay in AMD. I just, it was a little hard because, it doesn't matter about those orders. It could do a whole bunch of things, and
And in Schmidt's view, he's like, I'm not afraid at all of that. As a society, we will adapt.
Like, do we try to get short Google? Like, look at the volume on this thing today. Like, get short, like, the pullback to one. I don't know what the fuck to do. I really don't. I'm drawing blanks, y'all. I'm drawing blanks.
And the guardrails that somebody had talked about and whether they're actually going to be there. By the way,
Drawing
also
blanks.
the larger aspect of competition, obviously OpenAI is funded a lot by Microsoft, but also competes with it to.
I have not looked at Microsoft in a little bit. So today I told you guys to watch for Tesla, and what did I specifically say? Well, off the bell, I said look for a bounce, get short the pop, and I was looking for like a $6 to $7 ATR. It bounced to 183, and right now, and then it put in a low at 178. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 5. It's got two. Could have $2 more to go.
Shares a little bit higher here. Constructive tape as we're just about 15 points once again from 5,200.
I'll just be damned if this thing ain't gonna go to 170, bro.
Think about it. Boring
Real.
is some catalyst for bold. What straps gold to a rocket and hurls it into space? Boring does.
I truly believe that.
And startups start up because it's smart.
Like you can see on the daily chart, now you're back inside this 180 range on Tesla. It's not support. 180 is acting as resistance. We should start to trade back down below to 169. 169, then she fine. I don't know if that's how things work.
AULT, alt, getting up onto the high penny stock after Uniform Lima Tango.
If you're shopping for a home, Realtor.com only
What was
shows
that?
you homes for sale sourced directly from professionals, meaning you can trust every home listing is a real listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust.
This is GOOO, the most powerful pet owner eliminator in the world. It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. Powerful enough to eliminate the stink from any organic odor. Yet it's safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them. So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink? There's only one, GOOO, available online and at these stores. If it's not GOOO,
All right, let's see here. It's still holding.
Installation
closet. So hurry in. The free installation sale ends May 7th. Only at Cabinets to Go. Get your wow for less.
This is not the first all-electric car.
Shows of Apple pulling back here, 182.64
Ultimate standard, our own.
on
Standard
their
that demands that everything
iPad event.
drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision.
Apple's pulling back.
By electric engineering.
I'm really looking at. Oh shit. Yeah, Apple is pulling back. You have some support at 182
So, you've been my advisors for 10 years.
on Apple. 182. Let me see if I can bring it up. So VWAP is lining up here with this level. You do have a nice little double bottom here. I will say the volume is feels a little bit heavier than yesterday.
The house view has been, 100, maybe a bit more basis points and cuts this year. How do you think that has returned to consensus in some fashion?
Well, I think
there's a Fed put that's back.
Yeah, well, I think the data last week on employment sort of got the wheels back in motion. That hey, maybe we do get that mid-year fall time frame pivot.
It's a nice level for support. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Again, my thoughts were getting this thing back down to the low 170s within the next couple days here. Let's go look for the Apple. Oh, I probably can't even.
There are cracks forming at the lower cohort, for example?
I think there's definitely fraying around the edges, and particularly that lower end consumer, which is part of this be careful what you wish for out of the Fed. If you're a saver, you're in one place. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're in a different place. It's the same thing with S&P 500 companies. If you're very debt laden, you're feeling the impact of the higher rate circumstance. If you're one of the mega cap growth companies that's very free cash flow generative, you're in a different situation. So we have to be careful of how the impact of Fed policy is translating to Main Street as opposed to what we think is happening in Wall Street.
That's a good way to think about balance sheets at the corporate and the household level. Some similar echoes. Scott, thanks as always.
CCJ pulled back off that high, but it's been on a run.
Carl, up next we have the former Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin joining me right here at the Milken Institute conference. Got a lot to talk to about, of course, including the future of TikTok, given he has been putting together an
JP Morgan, come on, man. I'm just trying to get it put on a nice green trade today. That's it.
We're going to get
That's it.
After a break, by the way, check out the results of our CME
That could be a nice rejection for gold and or a break above it. Keep an eye on it. If you do break above 215, you got a nice move to 216, 218.
TikToker, leave it alone. And as you see there, 70% said
Dun,
leave it
dun.
alone. We're back after this.
Amelia, turn off alarm.
Let's see.
Weather?
70 degrees and sunny today.
Amelia, unlock the door.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Jen.
Why not?
Did you forget something?
My protein shake.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is.
You're so dramatic, Amelia.
Bye, Jen.
NASDAQ 100 Innovators, 1 ETF. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Time for growth. Funding from Biz2 Credit makes it possible. Our easy and convenient process makes it simple to take the next step on your journey. Biz2 Credit. Funding what's next.
Home.
Tesla's down 3%.
Those special moments.
AMD. Alright, AMD's back up.
At 3-day
Trying to close higher now.
create that special place. And because we know
Alright, that might be it.
showroom to you at your convenience. And
Might have a little swap out. Swap it out. Again, I'm looking for upside. If this thing continues, the SPY is on one.
free in-home design consultation.
Shit, come on.
So you can build it better, scale it faster, and sell more. Much more. Take your business to the next stage when you switch.
Yeah, SPY is pulling back. You know what? That's probably what I need to do. I need to just go ahead and trade the damn SPY and stop looking around, bro. But I just feel like there's not a reason to trade it though today. There it goes. There she fucking goes. There she fucking goes. But anyway, I hope everyone is having a wonderful day that is not here.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
I hope you little rats is eating. I'm just playing. This is a joke. Don't take it so hard.
Cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even on term!
Let's see here.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry
Oh, fuck.
476-0100.
No.
Visit CoventryDirect.com.
No. No, I do not want to buy 100 contracts. I don't know what I'm going to do right now. Bum, 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 bum. I think it's real funny. I think it's real funny. They really trying to back Kendrick Lamar.
Back to Swap in the Street. We are continuing.
And or any of them, really, like, that shit just cracks me up. Like, who the fuck is it? What the fuck is a Rick Ross? What is a fucking Rick Ross? Cirrhosis of the liver, waking up with the shakes, gotta hit my bottle because I'm an alcoholic type shit.
Not that long ago, and then followed up by an interview.
Talking about white boy this, white boy that. Bro, the white boy's putting out more hits and doing bigger things than you, bro. Your ass ain't doing shit but drinking that bottle. Acting like you got money. You ain't got no Drake money. Bro, he been putting out hits twice your career. Both of them. Kendrick and Rick. And both of them would not hardly be. I can't talk about Kendrick because that's probably not true. But they do have one of the biggest songs together. Is with Drake. But I will say, you not fucking with him. They not. They're not. None of them have any type of respect or any type of... They're not even on his level. Even Wayne. Bro, go track for track. Again, different music, but it don't matter. Hits. Hits, 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 hits. He right up there with Mike and Prince or whatever. I'm telling you, man, that man one of a kind. That's for sure. I know we're gonna get them on here talking about, oh, you talking crazy again. Nah, bro, just talking facts. Talking facts. I mean, like, I probably couldn't even. It would not surprise me if Drake had almost damn near 100, like, you know, top 20 hit, like just hits, real hits. It would not. I would not be surprised if it was close to 100, bro. Features his own, like. Put both Rick Ross, Kendrick Lamar in the same jar, shake it around, and they still ain't coming close to him. That's what I think is funny about all of this. The only motherfucker putting out hits for people to listen to during the summertime consistently has always been Drake. And he ain't, and he hasn't stopped. Just when you think it's like, yeah, he probably like take a break a little bit. Wrong. Another hit. I just think it's funny. I just think it's real funny. They talk shit on the motherfucker that's actually doing something. Giving people music. Because if it wasn't for him, what music would you have? You have a little purse, red hair, red dress wearing Lil Uzi Vert type gay ass. You know what I mean? Alright, so AMD. Sorry, I got off a little tangent there. I am getting hungry. Let's see if it starts to reject up here. It's just trading sideways. It hasn't really moved. I'm going to stay away from AMD. If anybody sees it trying to break out, let me know. And I'll put it back on, but let's see if Tesla can get back above here. See if we can get back above there.
They will be? We'll see. I'm not going to speculate. But you think you would have the capital there to potentially participate should there be an opportunity? Yeah, there's a lot of interest. We've had a lot of interest from investors. I think, as I've said before, no investor would have more than 10%. It wouldn't be foreign controlled. It'd be all U.S. controlled. So I think there's a lot.
I want to get a bowl of cereal, but I think I'm going to go ahead and take this Tesla long instead. If it can get up there and hold.
EBITDA or free cash flow, at least at this point, because they've been investing so much. Do you have a sense as to how you would go about determining what actually is a fair value for the asset? You know, I've had preliminary thoughts. We'd obviously have to look at that more carefully. But I do think it's a business that can generate a lot of cash and has continued growth. I think there's opportunities in e-commerce and payments that can be expanded. So there's a lot of opportunities around the business. 4+ years ago when it was being discussed, the groups that were conceivably trying to buy it then, they were talking about not just the U.S. business, but outside of China. Is that also the case for you? That is. Okay. That is. I mean, the U.S. business alone would have substantially less value. You want to be able to access the major markets outside of China. I see. I don't know. You want to put a percentage guess on what your chances are? I think I'll hold off on speculating. All right. Let's move on to your other big investment, which was also news-making, of course, of some time ago. NYCB, a struggling regional bank. You came in with significant capital with an investor group. They reported earnings recently. Were you encouraged by what you saw? I was encouraged. First of all, not only would we bring capital, but we brought a whole new management team. So Joseph Otto, who had worked with me at One West and was the controller of the currency as CEO, and he's just been a magnet for talent. So he's brought in
There goes AMD. AMD running right back to the highs.
do over earnings season is you sort of test the longer term consensus forecast for plausibility.
Fuck.
See what has that test, and then you roll forward the calendar. And then the forward
Nvidia's got room back to 910. SMH. It's above that.
I think we also have a little bit of a rebuild of positioning equities, getting us back to those early April levels.
Let's see.
Runway between now and let's say CPI next week, where it's not clear that there's anything known that's going to come along.
219. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little pullback right into that area. Boom. Because that's your resistance level on SMH. So, could look for a 225 maybe. Shit. Come on, bro. Look. You guys see that? See how it was highlighted and it just doesn't do anything?
The story right now. You know, remember at the beginning of the year when everyone said, "Oh, we're decelerating into a soft landing," and you had people coming out cautioning and saying, "It always looks like a soft landing on the way to the downturn," you know? But you're starting to see that stuff soften on the consumer side enough that you have to ask the question as to whether we can stay in that bliss zone of slower growth but still positive. Disney's comment about moderating travel demand certainly fits into that. For sure. Mike, thanks. I'm talking a bit. Mike Sintel and Sarah.
Okay, Carl, let's continue the conversation with the market hovering near new highs as earnings come in better than expected and economic data starts to come in weaker. Yields are falling. How should investors position their portfolios?
All right, is anybody else is anybody here? Roll call real quick.
A touch. You know, it's not that the Fed couldn't do it, but, you know, we did, I think, very interesting analysis taking all of the Fed's own scenarios for growth and inflation and their own dot plots and basically said, look, if you look through history, through decades, that set of conditions would not yield the dot plot the Fed is drawing. So they are looking at conditions and are more biased to ease than sort of through time across decades they would have been in this situation. And that should make you cautious. That should make you say, they could look at that and say, wait a minute, maybe this doesn't warrant quite the degree of easing that we were thinking.
Still, I think the view is they are itching to ease, and the next move will be a cut, even if not a full easing.
Damn, these were so much cheaper.
What do you think that means for bonds, for stocks, which are already starting to clearly price that in?
Well, bonds already have that tweak priced in, right? And so
These were so much cheaper.
to be had in the market from the Fed doing a modest cut. The Fed would need to really do an aggressive cut in order to have a big stimulative effect.
Oh, beho.
So you're just getting to the point where
Step this way. Step this way.
optimism is already there.
So, okay, so you expect yields to stay kind of elevated at these levels?
Yeah, I think they could even go up.
Oh, beho. All right, we should. Whoa. As soon as I think we're going to pull back, it says, nope, we're going to rip and roar. Loviho.
Buyers were the ones creating the price of the bonds. First, large reserve managers, China and others collecting reserves pre-financial crisis. That created
So
lower yields than otherwise,
160.
created a lot of the borrowing that then became the financial crisis. Then after the financial crisis, a long period of quantitative easing where obviously a large non-economic buyer, central banks, the Fed, and we're just starting to emerge out of that.
I cannot believe this, bro. I cannot believe it.
You've had a lot of folks figure out, wait a minute, bonds are actually an asset I can buy. You're talking about rates that I can actually hold, but we're still in this transition towards the private sector actually metabolizing all this. So on the margin, I think bond yields could still go a touch higher. This gets into what you've been hearing here.
This way. Stab this way.
About in Bridgewater, how are you telling them to approach bonds right now? What sort of offerings are popular at the moment? I think that I've spoken to, I don't know, at least dozens of institutional investors being here at Milken, and it's great to be here and see so many kind of in one swath. And what you see is that almost every institutional investor, they each have their own circumstances, but they all got kind of extended in the same direction, which is more or less more equity risk, especially in the U.S., and more privates. You may not call it equity risk, but it's really equity risk in a different form, whether it's through private credit exposure to U.S. corporates.
Stab this way. Stab this way.
Now they're in a spot where that's a serious concentration that's built up, and it's partly illiquid, so they can't just sell and get out of it. When they started out collecting this, prices were a lot better, valuations were a lot better. At this point, it's been a decade of some of the best performance ever.
RWOD. Loviho. Does anybody think AMD is going to hold here and then just continue to grind higher and hit this level up at like 160? 160? Like, look at this day. It actually kind of reminds me of this day, right? You can see here, it wasn't until 11 o'clock. Like, AMD's been a slickster. Like, look, resistance, resistance, resistance. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I'm gone. Like, and it just rips at 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock on the dot. So, don't feel bad if you got took out of that trade. We entered correctly, so you could have had a profit. Could have taken profits off. And it didn't hold. Wow. What a little... Alright. I guess I'm going to hang up the stream. I'm going to do y'all this favor. I'm going to do the YouTube a favor. And I'm going to just cut it out. I'm going to just let it go. Alphalima Charlie Charlie.
Shares volatile. They're now pulling back $14.38 on ALCC.
You hear companies, and it's clearly existential to them, and they feel like they have to spend at any price. Companies are making deals to pay more than they otherwise would just to guarantee they have a supply of electricity they can rely on. They're willing to spend basically any price to get there. If you're a Fortune 500 company, if you're not currently working on how do I apply AI to my business, your board's going to kick you out. You have to be doing that. And so that's a lot of non-price-sensitive spending that people feel compelled to do, which basically tells me that the deflationary effects actually hitting the economy, being able to take workers out, to be able to say we're using AI to enhance productivity, that's probably coming, but not today. What's literally happening today is just as inflationary as all these other inflationary trends. So you think that keeps the Fed from going to 2%, or the inflation rate from going to 2% this year? I think that
Come on, gang. Let's get 160 to act as resistance and pull it back. It already did pull back, didn't it? Damn, that sucks. It's being a little bitch.
industrial policy to compete with China, rebuilding in a way that is kind of double doing, and you got to redo your supply chain, and companies are going to be compelled to do that. And all this AI spending, it's kind of a gravitational force towards inflation rate.
Wow, look at the 50-day. It's all the way down here. That's wild.
Interesting. I haven't heard that yet. The short-term inflationary AI boost, long-term deflationary. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for joining us here at Milken. It's always good to get your updated thoughts on what you guys are thinking about at Bridgewater. That's Karen Carniel Tambor. Carl, back over to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks. Let's turn to Disney this morning. A surprise profit for Disney Plus and Hulu grabbing the headlines, but the stock is having its worst day since November of 22 on some headwinds in the linear businesses. Julia Borston has more on the quarter. Fascinating comments from Iger about Marvel and more, Julia.
That's right. The stock is now down nearly 10%. This comes as Disney reported revenue that was ahead of expectations, also warned that the direct-to-consumer entertainment business would report a loss.
SPR, Spirit Aero CEO, on their conference call said we'll make near-term adjustments to supply chain due to lower 737-787 output. Says strain on supply chain being experienced by Spirit and other suppliers.
On the bottom line and raised its full-year earnings outlook.
Commercial and operational risk. That's BA and SPR.
In profits for Disney Plus and Hulu. Iger saying that streaming will be a growth driver for the company, and he talked about adopting some of Netflix's successful
TSLA Tesla to shut down German plant production for 4 days. That from Atlas Black.
Tesla to shut down German plant for 4 days. Shut down Tesla plant for 4 days. Tesla Germany. Tesla Germany. Shutting down for 4 days. For 4 days. Not sure why. Shutting down for 4 days. Shutting down for 4 days. Alright, damn. That's crazy.
Rebound in operating income for the parks division in the fourth quarter. Carl, certainly a lot of different factors to consider here.
Julia, looking at the comments by Iger, I've been working with the studio to reduce output and focus more on quality. That's particularly true with Marvel. Now, that's at a time where a lot of analysts believe North American box office needs more content.
Well, I think the question, though, is quality over quantity. Disney has had historically these mega billion-dollar box office global hits, and the question is, were they making too many Marvel movies, and then the overall quality of them on average declined? So now, you know, if the overall box office is coming down, the question is, what kind of a hit does it take to break through? There was also some interesting commentary of wanting a balance between sequels and originals, and it's all about hitting that right balance. There's a lot of value to the familiar franchises when it comes to sequels, but you also want to keep
SPR Spirit Aero CFO says anticipate delivering 55 787 units in 2024, down from about 80. That's SPR and BA.
Still to come this hour, the CEO of $50 billion chipmaker Microchip last quarter expanding.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said Hamas proposal falls far short of Israel's essential demands.
Also watching Palantir, guidance the concern.
Bro, if AMD climbs higher again.
Revenue beat, you can see shares down 10%. Stay with us.
When your business throws you a surprise, don't throw in the towel. With funding you can count on, Biz2 Credit makes it simple and convenient to solve problems you never saw coming. When trouble brews, Biz2 Credit is the solution. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next.
There comes a time when you realize the kitchen you used to love is ready for a refresh. Let a Cabinets to Go design expert help you craft the look you want with quality products in today's designer styles and colors, backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. Out with the old, in with the new. It's that easy. From design to install, we do it all. Plus, get 0% APR for a limited time. Visit cabinetstogo.com to schedule your free design consultation today.
Can we get a rejection on Tesla there? What's the SPY doing?
Makes sense. When we decided to take our old days down, we knew right away we were going in with TimberTech. The longevity, the sustainability.
Thing about it, it doesn't look like plastic. It's beautiful. I mean, you can really create the custom deck of your dreams.
Your record label is taking off. At
So is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
Dude, the IWM is going crazy right now.
Matching your job description.
What's TLT doing?
/hire.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna go higher. It's gonna go to 207. There's no way.
Investing Club is about allowing you to be in control of your own money. We make sure that club members get the access they need to make more informed decisions.
Unlock exclusive member benefits, including live
VNDA Vanda
access to Jim's
confirms
charitable
receipt
trust.
of revised unsolicited takeover proposal from Future PAC. Says revised proposal of $7.25 and $7.75 per share in cash, plus certain contingent value rights. That is VNDA.
Big mover here. Big mover. Watch out. Big mover coming through. You just went from 480 to 580 in a second there. QQQ. The Dow. Does the Dow look like it's trying to turn around? I think it do.
Existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. From the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity, it's ultimate speed for ultimate business.
QQQ. Spice. DSPs. IWM. So IWM is really is where the strength's coming from, and I would watch for you know, you can see it's kind of turning back a little bit, but financials are really strong. SSB, UBSI, Honeycomb or Home Bank Shares, Oscar. I really don't think I've heard of Fulton Financial, but I would be careful. Bank First. Hilltop Houthis. HTH. Hilltop Houthis. Bank. Hilltop Houthi Bank.
Meantime, the margin guidance appears to be getting some applause. Can you talk about what's resulting in decent?
Let's see. Crocs. DOC. Coke. Cocaine.
Substantial controls of what we have done for gross margins. That's our manufacturing facilities, our operating expenses. That's what people are doing across the world in terms of both. We've done some pay cuts.
Surgery.
Everybody is on one, but we're also cutting expenses for all the discretionary items that we have in our control. And we've done better than we expected so far, and that's a great credit to the employees.
Oh my gosh.
And very much part of the solution.
You know, one big piece of the semiconductor story, of course, has been the degree to which they're bringing operations or building operations in the United States with the help of industrial policy, whether that's Micron or Samsung or Intel. Have you been as aggressive on that front as you've wanted to be?
Absolutely. So we are.
So AMD is still reluctant to break out there.
We have been expanding these facilities over the last.
Try to find the leader, whether it's NVIDIA. I might call it a day here.
Plans for which we have worked with the CHIPS office on, and we were one of the early recipients of what's called a preliminary memorandum.
No, not the frickin' SPY, bro. Google.
But yes, we do intend to expand in the U.S., create significant both capacity.
MSFT.
And that is all over a multi-year phase that we're bringing that capacity on.
I'd love to get your take on two pretty important verticals. One is where you think we are in the auto cycle regarding semis, and then obviously the conversation inevitably turns to AI, and every CEO is sort of pushed to where they think they fit in that overall story. Talk about those two.
Great question. So on automotive, during the shortages, automotive, went into overdrive to be able to secure supply, but also to be able to secure inventory. And so there is inventory at multiple points in the chain,
Oh,
whether it is
shoot.
our distributor, their customers, in the dealerships and various other places in the tier ones. And so a lot of that is unwinding. The number of cars being produced is not dramatically changing. There are some mixed changes between EVs and non-EVs and all of that. But also cost of money has gone up over the last 3 years, and I think the affordability of inventory has decreased. And so there is that unwind happening. It was later. Automotive was among the later segments to do it, so some of it is still left over. Other segments have been earlier in the unwind of inventory.
Does anyone see anything with like relative strength and relative weakness today? Before we go into lunchtime, I mean, hell, it's already 11:30, so I don't know what to do. Tesla turning back around. I might try.
But I think another important area for us is going to be AI at the edge, and this is where it is taking place on the factory floor, in the hospitals, in our homes, etc. And that is more inferencing and adjusting of what takes place.
Look at Meta. Look at Meta again. Meta's a little bitch going again, bro. Oh my god. It's just chalk it up to 480. Just go.
AI at the edge while we continue to supply into AI in the cloud.
Right. We thought the business was complex in cycles prior to this, when now you've got leading and trailing.
I had a feeling I should have took that long there. This is probably one of the easiest stocks you can trade. Is Meta. Alright, it broke out Friday, broke out yesterday. What is it doing again today? You get the pullback, go long. Pullback, go long. Fuck, man. I briefly saw it. Man, look at that shit. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me.
At Chomps, we create snacks for people who are hungry.
I think I'm gonna wrap it up. And I'll be back this afternoon. What's up, man? That's cool. Just make sure you have some time with it. The market's not really moving today. I would just be cautious. Like look where we're at. You know what I mean? We opened up at 15. We opened up 517.56, and we're at 517.89. We've moved 20 cents all morning. So that's why I think I'm just kind of going to wrap it up. I mean, you do have Apple and stuff going on, but that's what's up. You know, good luck to you on that. I'm not in anything. Oh fuck! I missed Apple. I missed Apple. It's all good. I'm not worried about it. Small trade today on AMD, but AMD's dicking around, so I sensed that early that it was going to do that. So we'll let AMD be a little piece of shit, and they can just hang out there and be a little faggot and not do nothing with itself and act all cool, you know. And I'm gonna leave it alone. So Google popped right off the bell. Let's see here. I would watch. So like if I was to play the overall markets, I would just know what's going on underneath, like around the markets. Like look at the IWM. It looks like the IWM is trying to turn around. If you go to, like, you can see everything was bright green. You're starting to see more like purple and red, which means like this bright green is pulling back. What you need to pay attention to is if this pullback for like these bright greens go to like purple, like reddish, and then do they go green again, or do they sink up lower in the red? Because then what you're seeing is just a pullback and then the extension higher. But other than that, I think IWM is your winner today so far. I would look. Financials are strong. Healthcare Healthcare is strong, so this market probably is not pulling back. I mean, you're getting a little small pullback here on JP Morgan. This was a trade idea from this morning off the 50-day. You know, other than that, I'm not sure. I would just watch the overall markets. I'm gonna get off here and I'll be back on this afternoon. Like, look, the IWM's breaking out to new highs. And the Qs are bumping up probably in a resistance, right? Let's see. Yeah, but we really haven't even moved today, so we'll see what happens. You know, the Qs would probably be a... You know what? Hold on.
VINO Gaucho Group getting up here to the highs. Mr. India November Oscar.
There's 10-year. Yields are pulling back, so the more you see yields pulling back, you can expect the market to climb higher. So I would be careful. Just be careful. Don't force it. TLT. There you go. Yields are pulling back. Look, TLT's climbing higher.
Company reported a press release out the Gaucho Group supports strong investment in Argentina.
Drawn up by Russian Federal Security Service. And the U.S., UK, and Australia imposed sanctions today on the Russian leader.
Oh, fuck. I don't know. I can't find anything. So I'm probably going to get off here, and then I'll be back this afternoon. Bitcoin's still holding on here, which is good. If you do start to see this breakout back to like 66,000, look, you could look at names like, you could look at like Mara. Mara's had a really good couple of days. MARA. Mara's had a really nice couple days here. Nice ripper, and it's just sitting up top of this prior like double triple top here. So let's see if it holds, and low volume consolidation, hold, and see if you can't break through the 100, that blue box, which is the 100-day. And oh shit, you already got there, and there. 22, 23. That would be what I would be looking for, but we'll see. As long as yields continue to pull back, watch the dollar as well. DXY. It is pulling back, and I think that's what's also helping out CCJ. It broke out to a new high today. Wow, I can't believe that. We already went through all this. Bro, watch out. If the dollar holds this level and we start rallying here, it's going to be no good. That's not going to be good at all. That's not going to be a good look. And we could be right back to 109 and 110. Keep an eye out on that. See if the keep an eye on the dollar here and see if it continues to try and hold this level. If it does, then we should be able to start to see markets pull back. And tomorrow we'll get, or Thursday, I don't know what time they release it, but the bank term lending, the liquidity, what I use to pretty much give me an insight on what direction I think the market's going to head in, and that's this right here. Alright, you can see here, this pretty much is the market. We scream to the upside, double top, start to pull it back just a little bit, and we're kind of just sitting here now. So, got your little screaming rally, double top, and now we're pushing back up the highs. I don't know. I'm tired. Not really tired, but I'm just frustrated more than anything. maybe we see something later in the day
Digital 13D filings.
and be able to take something later in the day.
Even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this afternoon. I'm gonna go. I'll probably just go take a shower, and I'll be back on.
5.78% stake in APLD. For Papalima Delta.
Don't find them all that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential for consistent income that's federally tax-free, now is an excellent time to consider municipal bonds from Henyon and Walsh. If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-217-3217. We'll send you our exclusive bond guide, free, with details about how bonds
Tesla breaking back down. Fuck. I feel like I want to go after it. Feels like I want to just chase this thing. Damn. Alright, I'm going to get off here because this thing is just... There's nothing going on. You might have a shot here at Tesla. I would be careful though. I wouldn't push it. And I'll be back on this afternoon. You know, good luck today. It's just one of those days. We had a nice move yesterday, and I kind of had a feeling today would be a slower day. What I'll do is I'll leave the stream up. I'll leave the stream up. What, baby? What, Dinker Butt? What? What is it? What are you doing? Hi. Abby came in. Oh, Neil Kaskari. Hi, baby. You saying hi? You say hi to everyone?
We saw a market weakening in job market that might lead to rate cuts. As Gary said, with hike rates.
Go look out the window. Hi, baby. No, there's nothing in here.
Most likely, but can't rule it out.
Nothing in there.
There is a political overlay. I think it's hard to act aggressively in an election year, so I think there's going to be, a buy-in.
No, nothing in there. There's nothing in there, Momo.
Conversation happening here, which I think is important, is just structurally, when you look at the treasury market, are we in a place where the long end of the
S&P futures will be back a bit here for Gary.
Nice, nice. Holy shit, we just hit where we... No! There's nothing in there, Abby. You're not starving. You have food in your bowl. You are not hungry, my love. You are not hungry, my love. I know you're not. Alright, guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to leave this up. And then, I'll be back. Fucking Tesla. Tesla a little bitch. I said it yesterday, and I should have went short, but I kind of wanted to just be patient and not, I don't know, just didn't do it.
A little overblown. If you look at the size of the addressable market is still quite small relative to the amount of capital that's been raised. And you can look at that either in terms of private credit relative to the liquid fixed income market, or the amount of dry powder in the private credit market relative to the private equity market. And any way you look at it, despite the growth that we've seen, there's actually still a lot of room to grow.
What about within private equity right now? How big
Abby.
of a business is that for you, given the higher for longer outlook?
Yeah, all of my private equity colleagues always, get mad at me when I say to you that private equity isn't a growth business. That doesn't mean it's not a great business for us and that it's not growing, but you run a private equity business differently than you run a credit or a real estate business. Much more episodic, intense, active management. So it's a big business for us. It's about $30 billion business and growing. Private equity as an industry is having a little bit of a difficult time right now. Obviously, there was a significant amount of private equity that was raised and deployed going into the rate hiking cycle. And now, given where valuations are in this rate environment, that market is still a little frozen. We are beginning to see it unfreeze now that rates have...
You can see we're failing to hold back inside that range there, which kind of feels like it wants to test 178, 177.
Stress story was last year's story. He says it's bottomed and activity is picking up. You play here too. What do you see?
I would generally agree. Again, real estate is a huge global addressable market. It matters what geography and what asset type you're talking about, right? So there are still going to be pockets of stress given the amount of leverage in that system, given who holds some of those loans, whether in CMBS or...
Cash Gary said we need to see multiple readings on inflation to be confident to cut rates. Said in March, jotted down 2 rate cuts for this year. Possible to stay at 2 or go to 1.
Oh.
Cut for June, September. Says won't allow November election to affect our decisions. The data will guide us on rate decisions.
Giving out 2 cuts there. They not like us. They not like us. Ba-na-da-na. What's up, Matt? I'm good. I'm getting ready to get out of here. I'll be back this afternoon. I hope everybody else is doing well today. I'm just trying to get these screens. I'm going to go grab something to eat real quick. You already hurt your credibility, bro.
Do you think it's why we haven't seen a bigger downturn in this cycle?
Absolutely.
And no default cycle, really, to speak of either?
You have 2 things which are both part of the same narrative. One, private capital is there to come in and stabilize those markets. And 2, as a result, if you look at how banks have participated as agents in these markets, there are fewer retail holders and fewer desks holding inventory. So you're just seeing significantly less volatility in the market. So, we don't talk about this.
Alright, guys, have a great rest of your day. I will be back here this afternoon and see if we can't finish this day out strong. Listen to the Fed. Listen to the Fed. Listen to the Fed. They not like us. They not like us. OVO. That's okay, but I will say this. It's all fun and games till your ass gotta make a hit that you ain't done in 10, 15, 20 years. And Ricky Ross, who? What? You talking cirrhosis of the liver, drinking ass shakes in the morning with his liquor bottle type Ross? Yeah, we know him. He ain't made a song in years either. There's only one person still here today making hits and hasn't really stopped, so I'm gonna just keep it at that. But I'll be back. I'll be back this afternoon. You guys have a great day. Don't get yourselves in any trouble. There's no reason to do that on a day like today unless you really see the volume start picking up. This is a nice little pattern here. Watch this area. See if we can't break it and then get short and then try to get downside. I'm not expecting downside just yet. We technically still haven't really moved. 1750 was our open. We're at 517.80. So we have moved a whole... We've moved 30 cents since we've opened. So watch semiconductors today. Watch banks. Alright. Apple, obviously. Apple's pulling back. I fucking know it.
BINO Gaucho Group making new highs, $7.50.
They not like us. They not like us. Alright. Watch for a test at the bottom end of the range on Apple. Watch for that test down there.
She can feel like she's on cloud 9 with the anti-fatigue comfort mat. Or pick a gift card and let her choose. Find these American-made gifts Mom will appreciate all year long at WT.com.
Dude, what?
Happy Mother's Day from WeatherTech.
In today's volatile markets, you must learn to trade options. Hi, I'm John Najarian, and this is my brother Pete.
They not like us. They not like us. Boom, 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 boom. Let me look at this real quick. Look at JP Morgan falling too, guys. The markets haven't picked that up either yet. XOM.
To claim your free copy, go to itsnotanoption.com now. That's itsnotanoption.com.
This isn't just your normal bike. It folds, it unfolds, and it just goes. Need to climb that hill? No problem.
Yeah, some of these names are pulling back.
The right place. 28 miles per hour, up to 65 miles of range, and equipped with hydraulic brakes. This is the Electric XP 3.0. Fully foldable, fully assembled, ships free. Simple as that. Go to electricebikes.com and come ride with us.
Rose Sparks, engineered for the spontaneous. A dual-action formula with the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis. Faster acting and long-lasting. Grab the moment.
I just want to make sure I have a level on here before I go.
Gary said financial markets are wired for exuberance. One positive job report and exuberance returns to financial markets.
At Cabinets to Go, installation is free for a limited time on our quality custom stock and custom
Neil, that doesn't make any damn sense. Because it's the government spending all the money. What are you talking about, bro?
only at Cabinets to Go. Get your wow for less.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed,
Alright,
you do.
alright guys. I'll be back. I love you all. I'm going out to grab something to eat, guys. I'll be right back. Let me actually put it in the chat. My fault. I was brushing my teeth and stuff. Chat. So yeah, my fault. So I'll be back in like, you know, a half hour or so.
USCIA cuts forecast for 2024 world oil demand growth by 40,000 barrels per day, raises forecast for 2025 growth by 70,000 per day.
My fault, guys. But I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's get it. Sorry, I had to grab something to eat. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. I don't know what happened there. Let me throw on some shorts. It's getting a little warm where I'm at. And we are pulling back. Nice job. Nice job with those puts if you're still on them. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let me. I gotta hook up some stuff real quick. Give me 1 second, and we'll see what's going on. We still haven't really moved from the looks of it. It was a good thing, you know. AMD is. I don't know if AMD is working. Tesla would have worked. I thought about taking a second short here, down into this area for an end of the day push down to the 170s. I talked about this morning pre-market. I said, look, for a pop off the bell, get short on that pop. Bada bing, bada boom. I was looking at AMD. Can't trade it all. But give me 2 minutes. Let me get my stream up to make sure everything is good and get my AirPods in, blah, blah, blah. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be right with everyone that isn't here or here. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope you guys haven't overtraded or anything and forced anything. Even still, the SPY opens up here. We opened up right here around 517.50 and we're still at 517. So we've moved 50 cents all day. And it's all good. It's to be expected. But I will say, look at TL to the T. All right, TL to the T. It really hasn't moved, but it is in a little bit of a rally move, but it has pulled back, and it looks like it's trying to put in a, depending on, obviously, what time frame you want to look at, it's pulling back. So give me just 1 minute, and I'll be right with you. Let me get my AirPods in.
Latest report, nearly 1.5% from January into February. Back over to you guys.
All right, so what about chains with more challenging them at all?
Yeah, so we talked about McDonald's. They did see some success with their chicken nuggets. Those are kind of a core menu item and a staple on the McDonald's menu, and people do tend to kind of flock to those. They tend to be a lower price point. So that was one bright spot for them. But you also mentioned Yum Brands. KFC was challenged, and its CEO, David Gibbs of Yum Brands overall, which owns KFC, did mention that there was a lot of discounting and competitiveness in terms of pricing back and forth in this quarter. And so that was one of the reasons that they pointed to for a little bit less than stellar quarter there on that one brand.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. Kate Rogers reporting.
And Palantir getting crushed on lower than expected guidance despite posting a 6th straight quarterly profit. Should you buy the dip with the shares down 14%? We'll trade it in free stock lunch next.
All right, let's go. All right, so let's go have a brief look at what's going on here. Let's go to the charts. So I had a small trade on AMD that I was lucky to get out of. I should have taken the profits when I had it. Instinctively, I told myself, like, hey, this isn't really working. It just, something didn't seem right with it. Whether it was, whatever it was that I was seeing, whether it was volume and stuff. So really small loss with that, but it was green. I should have took that initial move because my entry was spot on. And I mean, it was like a 63 cents to 70 cents. So I should have done that, you know, on a buck. That's 10%. So that was probably like a 17 to 14% trade just on the initial take. But I was trying to like give it a little bit of room, and it just didn't really want to work with me. So, you know, it is what it is. That's how it is sometimes. But it's you know, you just got to be lucky that you can analyze that. You didn't sit in it and you know, just sit and waste time. And that's what happened to me, though. I did waste time looking at that. Tesla, I should have just been on this from the jump. This was one of the top ideas. And Google, but Google did it so fast to the upside. I thought Google would have been a nice play to get a pop. And it just did the $2 that I was looking for, and it got real volatile here. So depending on what the market does, if we look at the volume, let's go. Let me turn that off for just 1 second. All right, so if we look at the volume here, the volume actually, in my opinion, looks like it's increased here. We can find out for sure to the buy side. This was a nice break above, and it held this level pre-market, and then you got your pop. So I would assume you'd look for a 175 if this level can hold. Or you're looking at a failed break. It looks like, you know, here's the problem, like right now, right? The volume is decreasing when we should be increasing to the end of the day, trying to make that, you know, that final push up there. So that's kind of leading me to believe that it may try to break down a little bit or fake out just a little bit. So we'll have to look at the overall market and see how this coincides with, you know, the overall markets, like the SPY. Does that mean that we're getting a glimpse as to what the market's going to do, right, through Google? You know, I don't know. We don't know until we know, but it looks like the same thing is actually applying to the market. You had all this green, you know, all this buy volume, and then it just, you know, why are they buying up here but not buying down here? At least for the SPY, right? If I go to the SPY, you can see how, you know, it's not quite 3 o'clock yet, but shoot, I'm sorry. But you'll see, like, if I pull up the SPY here, it's kind of, oh my gosh.
Consumers are really strapped with inflation, so you are having to choose and be very selective of where you're spending their money. I don't think they've really been able to.
So you can see, and again, the IWM, like regional banks, mid-cap regional banks were our leaders today. Now there is a rejection of the low, this morning's low. So this is why I'm kind of curious if Google is going to break down or not. Can we put in a fresh new low on the SPY? All right, look at the volume here. All right, I read a comment the other day, or yesterday, as a matter of fact, it was last night, right? And this person says, if we go over there, right? And if you guys ever think that way, it's not that I feel bad for you, but you can avoid thinking like this, right? I have not watched a video of this person for quite some time. It's been a long time. I don't really watch this kind of stuff. Insider's exit, right? Timed my ass. It's called Insider Trading Club. Well, number one, pristine detailing. Why don't you join them and start identifying the volume? That's one way you can really get a good look. Look at order flow, time and sales, level 2, and you'll start seeing certain levels and the amounts of orders that are being sold and bought. and pay attention to the CEOs that are that are stepping down at
Jeff
the highs.
Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter
So,
Thiel, all examples of Bill.
You know, that's I just think this kind of stuff is funny. You know, they were advised by their friends. Like it's like this kind of thinking is what cracks me up, because they think it's just like a group of people, bro. It's the whole world. First off, right? There are many from small firms, big firms, Goldman Sachs to the J.P. Morgans to the Bank of Americas to the family office retirement, right? They decide, right? If you're up X amount on a year, you're going to lock it in, especially when there's uncertainty. And you can use things like the bank term lending. This is pretty much the SPY, like for sure, right? The only reason we didn't get a further sell-off is because the Fed stepped in, handled that regional bank issue for a minute. Now what's going to happen, right? As this starts to drain, that is going to mean that rates should rise. There is more risk on the banking sector, right? That some things can happen along with unemployment, right? That is showing you risk. Okay, the Fed's not there to help anyone anymore. When we've already had, I think it was Fulton Bank or some other bank that was just taken over by the FDIC. So some of this stuff's happened low key. You just have to hear about it, and you can always go in and go through these banks and look at their and go look at like let's just say like Barclays, right? Barclays. Their credit default swaps, right? This is going to show you, this will show you for the most part. Now, I don't know how much with this I agree, but you can go to CNBC. I don't know this banksonthebrink.com, right? That just sounds like some stuff, but CNBC will have this stuff. You can go to different places and look up what their 5-year CD is trading at, and that will show you the risk monitor, right? To what they're trading at. The higher, the riskier. The lower, the less riskier, obviously. So I still think, I don't know about government spending and what all's to come with that. But at the end of the day, in my opinion, you can clearly see, right? Look, this double top here in the SPY. Bang. Bang, right? It just boop, boop, and we roll. Okay? It's no coincidence that whoop, whoop, and we roll. We'll get this information Wednesday. It may just flatten out for a week or two, and you may see the markets kind of just, trade in the range. Yields still have been pulling back because we are getting closer to them cutting no matter what, right? Not necessarily no matter what, but the more time that goes on. But look, you're seeing the dollar pop. I mentioned this earlier. Yields could still go higher. They could, believe it or not. But I still think the farther we get into 2020, the further we get, the closer we get to 2025, you have to expect these yields to start pulling back between the 10s, 20s, 30s, 5s, 3 months, 2 year, all that fun stuff. I would expect them to start pulling back a little bit. Now you can see this is already broken down, tested that level that was support, and it's pulling back slowly, right? Slowly. It's a good thing that we did not hold this level, because that would, if we would have held this level here, even here, right? Even 4-4, and we started to rally again and tried to get back up to 5, 4, 9, the markets would be a little cautious, and I think you could still get a nice little rally. It's still not, right? Because you got to think, right? If you have unemployment and all these things that are happening, the closer and closer that we get, and the more and more, as these initial jobless claims come out, you'll probably get one that's a surprise, and you'll see rates rise. So that stuff is still here. We don't really have a reason to sell off, and we also don't have a reason to go higher. So therefore, the market usually will tend to go higher. And make sure, instead of saying that there's insiders talking to one another, just look at the volume. This climb has been on lower volume. The higher we go, the volume is falling out. So what could we expect? We could expect a pullback, right? We should expect a pullback down to 514, 515. Nothing crazy. Maybe we just sit here and trade in a range. Okay, so this is not insider selling. This is just technical analysis. Everyone has the same chart. Everyone sees the same thing, but some people make money and some don't. Why is that? So I think we do get a little bit of pullback here. in the like 515, and I said we have room up to 518, 520. So here we go. It's 3 o'clock. Let's see if we can't make something happen. Let's listen to CNBC for a minute. I'm going to run through some charts. If you guys have questions or anything, throw them in the comment section. Let me know how you're doing today. Let me know if there's stocks that you want to cover. I'm going to go over sectors, right? Semiconductors, energy. We'll go over big cap tech real quick, and we'll get a rundown on the markets. Okay, I liked JP Morgan today, just to see, because I'm watching it. I want to see if we get another rejection. It felt like Jamie was doing some selling up there, and or just the markets, right? Now look, we're rolling over. That to me is kind of smelling like a failed breakout, but there's no volume with it. So I would expect a bounce here again at the 50-day, right? Range bound. All right. Appreciate you guys having tickers and stocks. Please throw them in the chat.
Which
Let
some
me know how you're
suggest
doing
is a
today.
sign there could be
Tell
more
me
to
you
go
hate me.
here.
I don't care.
We'll ask
Something.
our experts over this final stretch whether they agree with that or not. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation looks like that. Been green for most of the day, though. Been leaking a little bit over the last 30 minutes or so. You see NASDAQ's now red. S&P barely holding on. Bond yields are mostly lower today. That's been a big story of late. It certainly has helped the Russell 2000
just got done talking
outperform.
about that.
It has helped the tech trade overall, and it has taken the pressure off the overall market. It does take us to our talk of the tape, the great bounce back for stocks, and whether it is in fact sustainable. Let's ask Adam Parker. He's the CEO and founder of Trivariate Research, with me here at Post 9. Good to see you again.
Great to be here.
I get the feeling from reading your notes
I say this
late
all the
that you're not
time.
so sure
Guys, this guy is
sustainable.
really
You're
smart
maybe
and
a
he
little
knows
more
his stuff,
cautious
and he's a
than you've been
semiconductor
in a few
guy.
months. Is that fair?
Yeah, when we talked, I think last week on
At least
halftime,
that was,
I think the conditions are.
That was his department.
Answer at 10% up versus 10% down from here, and it makes me a little less confident because I think the data are mixed. I think if you really look at it, for every good thing I get a slight little upside maybe on retail sales, I get a little down on housing. It just seems like there's some good and some bad, and enough to feed both bulls and bears at this point. So
Well, I mean,
I don't have high
you have to get
conviction.
to a soft landing somehow, right? Isn't that kind of the definition of? Are you looking for? Were you looking for the economy just to keep roaring along and figuring that the inflation story was going to work in your favor even if it did?
I think just erode, not implode. That's kind of the base case, that we slow down from what was the highest nominal GDP in our lifetimes, right? So we knew we were going to slow, but the question was just at what pace. And I think the good news is that you don't have a synchronous contraction because so many things the cycles were, at different times. Housing is a little bit different cycle than autos, a little different than semis, a little different than electrification industrials. There's enough things that are working that I think things can be positive. I think earnings will grow. The street's got, I think, 278 in earnings next year, bottom up. So 1584, what is that, about 18.6, 18.7 times the number? Maybe it's 19 if they're a little too high. Seems okay. I don't think it's like crazy expensive where you're like, wow, this is awful, especially as you pointed out when, bond yields come a little bit lower. So I think it's okay, but I just don't feel as positive about the risk reward as we did, 12, 15 months ago.
I feel like if there's an area you're getting more concerned about, it's tech.
Yeah.
Where, now we've gotten a couple notes in a row from you that one of the headlines here today is why technology investing is getting riskier. Now, how do we get from, in a few weeks, right, from wanting to still be overweight mega cap tech to now it's getting riskier and, we're riding the surfboard, now it's maybe time to put the surfboard back on top of the car?
I think when you run a portfolio, a guy who's got 40, 50 stocks trying to beat the S&P long only, and they've been correctly, benefiting from AI and semis and software, I think what their debate is going to be, and I had a big debate with a big long only manager earlier today, is how much do I lighten that? If we worry, not that we get stagflation, but just that others think it has a higher probability, the first thing that's going to get sold, two things that get sold are tech and energy, and what's going to get bought is staples, kind of healthcare, maybe a little bit of utilities.
Why are you still using that word stagflation? I mean,
to the extent the economy slows and inflation picks up cyclically, people will worry about it. I don't think that's the base case, nor do I think I should position
the
for it.
economy slowing is not stagflation.
No, but the question is if people, right, what do you
I
think
would
right now?
keep an eye on NVIDIA, guys, because if this level does hold, we could have a nice breakout. Let's go look at this. What I mean is, if it does hold, you have nothing really stopping you.
What do you mean? Like, I should.
But there are no signs.
Should I position my portfolio listening to the Fed chair?
No, but I mean, people have been, getting crazy about the stagflation word.
In the last 2 weeks, if you like in my world, if you searched on it the previous 6 months, there were 0 mentions, and now it's like rocketed in the last 2 weeks, and it was all because that one day had a little bit of like a high PCE and a little bit of a weak GDP, and all the big houses lowered their GDP numbers. So I don't think it's the base case. I'm just saying tech's ripped. It's higher beta than ever. If you take stocks and you look at their bounce, versus the market or the beta, half of the stocks that are 1.2 beta or higher are tech. So if
even
we
though
do
it already
get a
has done it, I'm sorry, I got mixed up and thought it was a little bit higher, but you guys can see if you do hold here, you could have a nice little bounce to 920. Even though you already tested it today and whatnot. Shit, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom. God dang it. Gosh dang it. So maybe you get a little consolidation here. Give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom. I'm sorry.
Just protect yourself a little. Just kind of protect that it's gotten a little riskier in the portfolio.
So we had Brad Gerstner of Altimeter on halftime, right? He's a growth manager. He invests in a lot of mega cap tech stocks. Here's what he said he's doing in terms of his positioning and in reaction to what Adam has written about protecting your capital. Listen.
We've taken down our own exposure by 1,000 to 2,000 basis points in our hedge fund and our long-only fund, right? And that we've done that by both adding shorts, custom basket shorts. We're worried about some things in the world, as well as reducing some of the overall position sizes. Again, this isn't about all or none. This isn't about 100% net long or 0%. This is simply about going from 80% net long to start the year to something closer to 60% net long today.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Makes a ton of sense, man. To me, I think that's you're always trying to look. If you're a growth manager, you want exposure for the next several years to AI, software, life sciences, electrification, industrial. Like you're going to want to be long those stocks, but there are times where you're going to try to manage the risk.
And I think this is one of those times?
I think there's a little bit more risk management involved today than there was 6 months ago. Yeah, I do. And that's why we're indicating that. If I were correctly overweight a ton of this stuff, I'd be lightening a little bit just until I get more clarity on the direction of how much the economy is eroding and where estimates are going to come out. I still think a number of companies are going to have margin expansion, as we talked about for a long time. I still think that the Fed's more likely to be accommodative than not. That's a good cocktail for equities, but the stuff that's really ripped and looks the most vulnerable is a lot of the high-flying growth stocks.
So, I mean, like Stan Druckenmiller, you see him on Squawk Box this morning. He trimmed his NVIDIA stake. Right. He thinks all of this has been a little bit overhyped. He's a long-term believer in it, like many are. But the flip side of that, are others who say it's underhyped, just relative to what AI is going to deliver. That was Eric Schmidt this morning on Squawk as well. AI is being underhyped.
Yeah, I do think, and I have a lot of sympathy for the view that you can still make tons of money for a long time on things that are obvious. So I don't want to, I don't think the NVIDIA trade is over. And if you're going to lighten stuff, that wouldn't be the one I would lighten.
Oh, it wouldn't.
I know May 22nd is circled on everyone's calendar. I have no idea what they're going to print, but I just feel like that's the one that benefits the most and has, the most upside on the revenue. So I would probably lighten other AI stuff.
Let's get specific then, because you don't shy away from getting specific.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah.
Which ones would you lighten up?
Well, we look at I think there are a lot of semis that don't benefit as much as NVIDIA that are up a lot. I think, again, long-term, you want exposure. They're all the names you want. Cadence, Synopsys. I think the semi-cap equipment are up too much. Maybe Micron.
Well, like AMAT?
Yeah, KLAC, AMAT, Lam, Cadence, Synopsys. They're all great businesses. They'll benefit. But I don't know. If I have a 1,500 bips exposure in my portfolio at 5 or 6 names like this, NVIDIA wouldn't be my first choice to lighten. I think the risk reward's still pretty good into the print. I don't think Jensen's going to get on the quarter and say things are bad.
I mean, Jensen's going to be on overtime tomorrow.
Awesome.
So we'll have to.
I mean,
by the way,
that's a pretty. Speaking of declines day over day, me to Jensen on a 25 hours is not
well, I always remind people, because I don't take for granted that people know everything about everybody who comes on. I mean, used to be a semiconductor analyst. So
Yeah.
you
told you.
really speak
He
to
is-
the
he's
knowledge
a
that
If
you
you
have.
told me
semiconductor
20
analyst. I
years
always say
ago
that
that
to you
that
guys. That's why I
company
was
would
just
be
saying.
adding Intel's market
funny
cap
they're
on
talking
a
about it.
one-day basis, I would
That was
laugh
his
in your
specialty.
face. So they've done a lot of things right over the last 20 years. Look, I want exposure to the best companies in the first, second year of a 10-year trend, and so I'd rather keep that one, and then some of the tangentially related ones that people are playing, maybe I lighten a little. But again, this is all from a position of you were correctly overweight a lot. You're a little bit worried that you could have a bit of a tactical correction. The stuff's
Look at
higher
Ford.
beta. Yeah, maybe I'd take a shot at
Well,
some.
you're
staple.
talking like Palantir, though, like was one you specifically mentioned.
Yeah, that was the top of our
Rivian
list on our note.
also.
Yeah, just things that,
Along with Tesla.
I'd say higher beta tech. I'd probably sell Shopify. I'd sell Monolith Power. I mean, some of the names on our list are
Damn,
high
man,
beta.
that would have been a
They're
big
pretty
trade
good
right
businesses
there,
in some
guys,
cases,
if we
but I
could've
think
got
they're
that.
more vulnerable. If the market goes down 3, they're going to go down 6, 7, 8. And I want to avoid having one of those sort of like, oh, the market just kind of gets a little nervous and things are down. And these things are down disproportionately, not because they reported anything fundamentally, but because they have attributes that people sell first.
Are you thinking about, like many others are thinking about, speaking of power?
Man, what a
not
range.
Energy.
You could be making some good
stocks,
money off of that
so to speak,
range
but
right
more
there.
like utility plays.
Yeah.
The power plays into AI.
Constellations of the
That's becoming
I
a
like
pretty popular
volatility,
trade.
but-
It's like Vistra, Daniel Loeb at Third Point adds it, and one of the
Feels like
reasons is
1150
because of the
once-
arms
once
race.
1150.
Buffett and company talking about it. Lots of investors are now sort of looking at these other AI plays that are not up to the moon in a short period of time.
I was a little surprised that we didn't get an announcement during this earnings season from one of the Mag 7 that they were investing in power. Like, I think at some point before the end of this year, you're going to get some sort of the
I must
big
have had
Mag 7
inside
saying,
information that was our pullback.
we need to have these kind of giant centers of AI around the country, and like we need power. These things are, and we don't get enough from, so we'll see.
Well, remember when Delta bought a refiner?
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it makes me think of that as you're talking about it.
Exactly. I think there could be more of that. And, people are playing Constellation. They're playing those names. And I think that makes sense. And they're probably not covered by folks who are used to thinking about a GDP plus 7 or 10 growing business. They're used to thinking about GDP growing. And so maybe the multiples continue to expand. So I think there's closet ways to get exposure to this that aren't the obvious, except NVIDIA to me, I don't know. It's just like the best looking person walks in the room and everyone likes them, so you decide you don't like them because everyone else does. It just doesn't make any sense. All right.
All right, let's bring in Shannon Sakosh, the CNBC contributor of NB Private Wealth, into the conversation. Shannon, it's good to have you. Is it time, as it relates to the growth trade, to protect capital or chase returns?
Well, I certainly don't think it's time to chase returns, Scott. And, I think one of the things that we've continued to talk about is that, this broadening out trade, we've seen some stalling in that trade, the growth to value trade over the last couple of weeks. But there have been two things that really have driven that. Number one, rates, interest rates related to technology. It still matters. We talked about this actually last week on Closing Bell in terms of the impact of interest rates and interest rate expectations on tech stocks. And then number two, earnings have come in fairly strong for comm services, for discretionary, for technology. So you're seeing this, these questions about this broadening, about this rotation. And in the short term, it's been, sort of this two-factor experience that's really created this little bump, if you will. Interestingly, you talk about where to go from here, Scott, and you mentioned healthcare, staples. I mean, healthcare earnings have not been all that stellar. And so I think it's a really difficult environment right now for people who are feeling like, from a risk management perspective, they maybe want to lighten up on the tech trade, to Adam's point, if they've gotten it right. Where are you going from here, and where do you feel most comfortable? Maybe financials, but those have already seen some performance. So I think it's tough right now to go truly defensive from where, if you're overweight in tech. And so I think you're trying to thread the needle a little bit in some of these other exposures and really looking at kind of sub-industries and where there might be opportunity.
I think, Adam, what strikes me a little bit about your opinion of the market here is that the market clearly was soothed by a Fed chair who wasn't as hawkish as some feared that he would be. He gave you the idea that they definitely want to cut, they just aren't going to do it quite yet. And he had a confidence about him that they believe that they're going to pull off the soft landing without, the whole thing deteriorating. I almost feel like you want to play a contrarian type view to what we got last week that in some respects ended the pullback in its tracks and has us back to where we're up like 4 or 5% since the April bottom.
I mean, Shannon's right, as usual, right? I always like the way she articulates stuff. But changes to perceptions about rates and changes to perception about growth is what drives the equity market. And I agree, there was a bit of a change in the perception about the rate path. There were definitely some people saying, well, maybe they're going to hike one more time. And he kind of said, no, we're still asymmetrically skewed toward cutting. So I get
down 20 basis points in the 2 and the 10 since then.
And I get that. And I think that's part of that's part of what happened. I think sitting here now feels like that's through the kind of pipe, and now we have to look for the next incremental data point, and we'll see. I mean, I think he also got helped by, I'd say, a little bit of a weaker jobs kind of outlook, and that sort of a data point. It was sort of a dovish data point, from that standpoint. So we'll see what happens over the rest of this month. I think earnings have been decent, and guidance has generally been decent. So it should hold in, and I think we'll probably get close to a fair level, at least in the near term.
Do you think we're going to have a recession?
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
And I don't know if I care. Okay, what I care about is, do I think earnings are higher this year than next year for the biggest couple hundred companies? They're going to be. I think so.
You still think your margin story is going to hold up?
Yeah, sure. I do. There's so many reasons that gross margins are going to oscillate higher levels. I just worry a little bit. Bloomberg Commodities Index, or however you look at it, it's up 8-9% from lows. So maybe the tailwind is a little bit less on the input costs. Labor productivity is going to be huge. So definitely I think it can hold up in this level of economic activity. And then we'll see about AI. I mean, on her point on healthcare, obviously she's spot on. The numbers haven't been great. I think the question is, does it set up better for 2025? And I'm looking out in the middle of the year, what could happen in 2025? And I've seen huge earnings, downward revisions at Humana and Centene, and United kind of told you it wasn't as bad, and maybe it sets up for better risk reward with low expectations as I look to next year. It might be a little early to put that trade on, but I think that's what people are thinking about. I know as a small business, these guys have massive pricing power over me, and I also know that these are the businesses that ultimately will benefit from AI the most, as they don't hire really ever again as the revenue grows and maybe fire people. So they're kind of a AI beneficiary, not like NVIDIA on the revenue side, but on the cost side. So that would be the bull case for healthcare. But maybe that's a little too dreamy for Shannon right now, and it could be.
What do you say, Shan?
No, I was actually going to say, I mean, Scott, I think if you go back, I mean, two things I've been pretty consistent on have been utilities and healthcare, and you guys have mentioned them both today, so I appreciate it. On the healthcare side, Adam, I actually don't think you're wrong. I think what's happened is that there's been so much concentration in terms of performance and so much emphasis on GLP-1 that the overwhelming opportunities outside of GLP-1s in healthcare, there's also a management issue here. I think GLP-1 came out of the gate so fast last year, and I think a lot of healthcare, either healthcare services, whether you're talking about managed care, where you're thinking about disposables and consumables on the healthcare side, they didn't react. They weren't ready for it. And I think now it's like they've looked at their estimates, they've looked at what's happening in terms of GLP-1, they're extrapolating that out, they're modeling, they're giving better guidance. And so I'd have to agree with you. It may very well be a 2025 story, but the valuations are setting up to be attractive, and I do think there's pockets of opportunity there. But I think right now the sentiment, especially with an Amgen coming out last week with their own GLP-1 offering, I think that's just getting a lot of attention in this short-term period.
There's a lot of stocks to me that look pretty interesting and idiosyncratic in healthcare, and they're starting to really get on my radar screen the way we look at things at Trivera. Like United Therapeutics, find me one stock that grows faster with higher margins that's cheaper in the whole stock market, or Bio-Rad, they own more Sartorius than their whole market cap. There's just some dislocations underneath, and I'm hitting my screens of all right, there's some stuff on sale in here, and bottom-up stock pickers should probably be paying attention to set up for 2025.
Given who your clientele is and who you speak to, you said earlier you spoke to a growth manager. Presumably a reasonably well-known one. The word coming out of Milken out in LA, it's hard to find a lot of pessimism out there, which to me is a little bit surprising.
Right.
Usually you get a collection of big investors, billionaires in the same room. They're all kind of negative on the market.
Right.
Are the clients that you're talking to, are they optimistic on where we are or not?
I think more balanced to negative. I think the guys who run big piles of money and do asset allocation are always going to be more negative. I think bottom stock pickers see some pockets of opportunity, probably more in the headspace where I think Shannon and I are centering around. Look, when you go to Milken, and I've been a couple times.
Let's see, guys. It's already almost
you should feel good
3:30.
about
I don't
life.
think I'm
You're
going
in,
to get anything in.
You know,
I know you're in
the Waldorf and Beverly Hills.
unless the
You get
spy
seeing
offers
famous
us
people in every
something.
industry and learning incredible things from
We
interesting
could
people. So
probably
if you don't like
get,
that, you're something's wrong.
But when you go to a lot of conferences, you find that people of that in that stratosphere genuinely more cautious, maybe a little more pessimistic.
GLD's holding up.
Try to be the SP are
possibly
not
get a
outright
pop on
bullish.
GLD
Okay,
today
we do
into
whatever
tomorrow.
it is, 630 meetings a
But
year, whatever it
the
is we
thing-
do. It's a huge number like that. I'm telling you right now, people are not max bullish on the stock market right now. And this little 3% move hasn't really changed their view. I think they think it's mostly about the Fed, as we talked about, and a little bit of getting the edge case off the table.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, but it doesn't make them from here say I'm going
need the
to
dollar to
increase
pull
my bond
back.
to equity allocation. I think
Right,
people believe
off of here,
there's going to be a lot of
so-
buybacks from corporates, and that could be a near-term bullishness.
See if this could
That's
help
true.
us out.
I think people think maybe a little more speculative, retail guy comes in, and there could be a little bit more mo to this trade. So very tactically, maybe people, but I don't think people who are really allocating big piles of money are like, wow, it's time to, back the truck up for a second half rally. And I think the biggest reason is consumers slowing a little, China not recovering a little. I hear those a lot, and the estimates for the second half do hockey stick a little, and they get a little bit harder to achieve. So that's sort of the offset to the short-term sentiment stuff you're talking about.
We'll leave it there. Shannon, appreciate it. We'll see you soon, Adam.
See you, Shannon.
As well. It's Adam Parker, Shannon Sakosha. We are keeping our eye on Disney shares as well today, dragging down the Dow on pace now for the worst day in some 18 months. And that follows earnings. Julia Borston with the details now. Julia?
Well, Scott,
That's insane,
Disney shares are down
Should've
over
kept that
9%
one, bro.
after the
I
company
fucked
warned
up.
that its parts division's
What a
operating
big
income would
trade.
be flat in its
We
fiscal
coulda- we
third
literally
quarter.
got this
that
whole
compares to
damn
expectations
move.
of double-digit
Oh, God.
percentage gains in the quarter, and they say that would be ahead of a fiscal Q4
That was a solid
rebound
home run
expected.
trade there, guys.
Bernstein of the company's valuation. Plus, Disney's quarterly revenue was a hair light of expectations. Disney warned that its direct-to-consumer entertainment business would report a loss in the fiscal third quarter and also wouldn't add any new subscribers then, while its Q2 linear TV operating income fell 22%. Now, that was the bad news, and that outweighed the fact that Disney beat on the bottom line. It raised its full-year earnings outlook, and it reported a surprise $47 million in profits for Disney Plus and Hulu. CEO Bob Iger saying that streaming will be a growth driver for the company, especially as they start to crack down on password sharing. But that's not helping the stock today, down 9%, Scott.
Maybe, I don't know, a little sell on the news too, perhaps, Julia, because the stock has had quite a move as well, right?
Quite a run this year. Yeah, I mean, if you look back over the past several years, it's still down. The stock is up dramatically this year, in part because Bob Iger has defeated that proxy battle with Nelson Peltz and sort of laid out all the changes he's going to make. And there's a sense that this battle with Peltz really accelerated Iger's moves to say improve the studio performance, accelerate the streaming plan. But I think, yeah, you're right. Maybe a little bit of sell in the news. Take a look at the stock.
All right, Julia, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you. That's Julia Borston. To Christina Partsenevelos now for a look at some of the other big names moving into the close. Christina?
Let's look at Coke shares. They're up, 19%, hitting a one-year high after net sales increased and profitability improved in its first quarter. But the real driver for Coca-Cola Consolidated Inc. is the stock's $3.1 billion repurchase plan. The market cap, for context, pre-buyback announcement was about $8 billion. So this buyback
I wonder if we
represents
could catch a pop on Tesla.
40% of its market cap.
That would
so a
probably
lot,
be
and that's why
stupid,
shares are
wouldn't
higher.
it?
Shares of consumer health company Kenvue are
It's in
also
the
higher after
downtrend.
announcing, sadly, hundreds of layoffs, or about 4% of its workforce. Recall that Kenvue actually split from Johnson & Johnson a year ago. While they still market brands like Listerine and Band-Aid, the job cuts really come as the transition between both firms just winds down. So the firm, though, also beat on quarterly profit estimates. So that's how you're seeing the stock up about 6%. Scott?
All right, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsenevelos, we're just getting started. Up next, big tech's big bounce back and whether the May rebound has some staying power. Deepwater Asset Management's Doug Clinton, he's here at Post 9. Find out how he's sizing up the mega cap momentum, the names he thinks have more room to run. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
I told you guys this was one ugly chart. I feel like we need a, kind of feels like we need a deeper pullback. We'll see if this can hold. I feel like the fact that nobody was in a hurry doesn't worry me, but it kind of feels like a 152 is in the making. Looks like it needs to get down to 152 or so, the low 150s. You know, because you got to think about the people that are going long and taking the risk, right? If you ask them to do it up here, they're like, what? Go long for $2, and what's my stop? Right? Doesn't really make any sense. So, like, trying to go along here for what? Like, you know, even the 20-day, whatever. Like, you know, I mean, it is $4, but I don't know. I think in order for I think you would need to test that 152 again, and then they would have their stops below 150, and they'd give it $2 to make 8 or 9. Right? That's what I think would need to take place for AMD. I think that would help the bull case. So we'll look for that, see if that happens. Write it down. I mean, you guys can see this level here, these levels at 150. So if we start pulling back into 150 on lower volume, and you know, first we got to break this level. Let's just not get ahead of ourselves, but 154 has to break. But the longer you reject the 20-day, it's like, what's more important, the 20-day moving average or this like area? So I don't know. I think it's just an ugly chart overall. Like, there is no like real pattern there. Oh, that's weird. Look, they're doing the same exact thing. You guys see that? Look here. Green, red, green, red. That's so funny. Right? Goes up, gap down, goes up. Do we get a gap down?
We're back 31% since the start of this year. Altimeter's Brad Gerstner betting big on that name. As you may know, as the AI boom heats up, here's what he told me on the halftime report earlier today.
It's the single greatest beneficiary of the AI boom because AI powers all of their engagement, whether it's videos that they're showing you on Instagram or on Facebook, or whether it's the monetization, the targeting that they're providing, to their advertisers. As a long-term shareholder, this is radically different than 2022. The company is the most fit and efficient company of the big cap in tech today.
All right, joining me now, Doug Clinton of Deepwater Asset Management. He is a Meta shareholder. What a difference a couple of years makes for this company, right? You agree with what Mr. Gerstner has to say?
I do. I wouldn't say that they are the biggest absolute beneficiary. We also own Google. I think you could make a case that Google, with all the things they're doing in AI, maybe has an even better play to create AGI than Meta. So they're certainly a big potential winner. But for all the reasons Brad talked about, I mean, AI enhancing ads, AI enhancing engagement, certainly those are things that work at Meta. And I do think they are a leaner and, most importantly, more hungry company than they were in 2022.
Interesting. When you hear big investors like Stan Druckenmiller talk about the hype around AI, now he was referencing specifically NVIDIA, but others would suggest that the whole space has benefited from maybe too much hype. Do you have a comeback for that? Do you disagree?
I think it's an appropriate amount of hype, actually. If you think about where we think we are in the cycle, we think we're probably in inning 3 or 4 of what will be a multi-year AI bull market. And so should there be hype? Yes. Has there been hype? Yes. I think, though, that we still have a long way to go. There will inevitably be pullbacks from here to the peak, whenever that is. And I think Stan, I mean, he's the greatest trader ever. And he's probably better than me at calling when those little local peaks might be. But I think if you zoom out, there's a lot more to go.
Well, I should ask you the question differently now that I think about it. So if you think the hype is in the second, third, or fourth inning, maybe the multiples have gotten into the 8th inning pretty quickly. Are you comfortable with where the valuations of these stocks are?
We are. I think you can find stocks in the AI hype space that still have reasonable valuations, particularly if you believe that there is more revenue coming from the AI boom. And if you look at just the Mag 6, we're still at about 28 times forward earnings. That's right in the middle of the historical range over the last 10 years. So I don't think that's overly inflated. And then you look at some names that we own, like Vertiv, VRT. It's a stock that's an AI data center play. They specialize in liquid cooling. They trade about mid-30s forward EPS, and we think that number is probably too low.
Let's circle back to Alphabet, how, Brad Gerstner is also a believer in that, which is interesting because there was a point in time, and it wasn't that long ago, where he wasn't, right? Where he famously sold the stock, he criticized management, he said they missed out to Microsoft. Now, more recently, you've got Daniel Loeb of Third Point saying, hey, for longer term investors, Alphabet, that whole mess and the noise created a buying opportunity. Gerstner himself bought it back and talks now about how they can get more fit. Listen.
They're still in a great position. There's still a lot they could do to trim, and get fit over at Google and get the flywheel going. But we were impressed by the AGI searches they discussed in the quarter. Both the rate at which they're moving to AI-enhanced searching, but also the monetization of those searches, which are coming in at basically the same monetization.
I want to see if we start to get a pullback here. I don't know if it's going to last or not, but let's find out.
Agreed 100%. And it's something that we've been saying about Google since the beginning of the year, actually, is that we wish they would have a meta year of efficiency like we saw in 2022. And it's not just about the leanness and margin. That's not actually what we care about the most as investors in Google. What we're interested in is finding that hunger. We talked about the pace of innovation at Meta. That, I think, is really what's driving the results of the company, even more so than that better margin. Google has been, I think, hesitant to really push with the urgency that they need to push with to win the game of AI. OpenAI has not been hesitant at all. And I think that tells the story between why OpenAI is ahead and Google's not.
Well, do you think now a fire, so to speak, has been lit under that company, and now they know they have no choice but to go full speed ahead? And by the way, if you look, I've been bringing this up of late because if you look at the performance of the stocks over the last 12 months, so Alphabet is up 62% over the last 12, and Microsoft's up 32.
Yeah.
The narrative would have you believe otherwise.
It doesn't match. And I think if you actually rewound the clock to March, when sentiment was super negative with Google, that may have been a little bit closer, that delta that you're talking about. So I think
very close.
It's changed really in 2 months. I mean, 2 months, the narrative has shifted almost completely with Google to now I think investors have come back and they've started to believe that they have found the fire. We've heard about efficiency on their earnings call. And if you really back up, this is the reality for Google. They have all the pieces that you need to win in AI. That's never changed. They have distribution, billions of users. They have data better than anybody. And they have the engineering and infrastructure to do it. They just have to put it together.
Well, this is why when they, sitting on DeepMind and that's where the narrative developed. You're like sitting on this gold mine and did nothing with it, even though that's, obviously not necessarily the full case, but that's the market case that drove that stock down. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Scott.
Doug Clinton. All right, coming up, trends in high places. Major averages are climbing back towards all-time highs. S&P and NASDAQ within striking distance of new records now. Top technician Chris Ferrone, he flags some bullish signals in the charts that point to more gains ahead. He'll explain exactly where they are next.
It's just a quiet day in the markets today, guys, so just be prepared for tomorrow and just do some work and, look around, small caps and stuff, jot down some ideas for tomorrow. I will probably be doing a watch list tonight. So I'm going to come up with some, with a list, and I'm probably going to do a watch list tonight if you guys want to join us. So we can get prepared for the end of the week because I do not, any plays on Disney. The only reason I did not play Disney is because they were pricing in a $4 move. It was like just under $5. It was around $5, and it pretty much, in my opinion, did the $5. So if we look here, I'm pretty sure it was $5. So if we closed at 116.38, call it 116, and then it opened up at 107.39. 1638. It was a $10 move. I'm sorry. So it pretty much already priced in the move. So for me, no play. Unless you want to do spreads and stuff like that. Unless you want to sell spreads. You know, you do have the 100-day moving average here. For me, not necessarily. I think this stock might be flat for a few days. So this could be a good time to like possibly think about, you know, selling, you know, doing spreads both ways, calls and puts, and just kind of collecting that premium. You know, you want to do it correctly. You know what I mean? You want to be able to sell calls on the high and sell the puts on the low. So it's not, you know, it's not all that simple. It can be simple, but so for me, not really. I think just watch the 100-day moving average. If you do break the 100-day, you got massive support down there at the 200-day and that triple top here. That gap fill. That gap fill takes you to 99.50. 99.47 to be exact. So I would look for a bounce back before, you know, further downside. I think you need to, I would watch it for a couple days. But that's what I would do. It's not ironic that they were pricing in $10 and that's exactly what it did. I would, you know, and make sure you go over their earnings, because I haven't really went over their earnings. I didn't really have a chance to this morning. I honestly didn't even really care, right? It's not that I didn't care. I think they beat, and, you know, obviously guidance is probably even if you do well, the only one that I've seen really do good is like Goldman Sachs, and maybe there's like a couple others. But other than that, the market's made up its mind. Right? A lot of these names have been beating, and then they just get sold off. So they're already pricing in, you know, the market's trying in a way to get ahead of like, okay, well, you did do good. Even if you didn't lower guidance, we're going, you know, they pull the stock back. That way, at worst case scenario, things are going to have to be really bad for these things to go back even further. So I would just keep an eye on it. Watch the 100-day. Me personally, I would probably sell spreads there if I had to play Disney. I would just
we're back
watch
with some
the
news on the
100
Biden
and
administration
look to
and the
see,
chips space. Megan Casella has the details for us. What are we learning here, Megan?
Scott, we've just learned that the Commerce Department has revoked certain licenses for exports to Huawei. This is meant to impact the supply of chips available for Huawei's cell phones and laptops. Commerce did not tell us any specific companies that would be impacted, but the Financial Times has reported that Intel and Qualcomm will be hit here, that they'll be limited in their amount of sales they can send to Huawei. This comes, of course, as the Biden administration has been trying to limit the amount that China can build out its chip manufacturing, its semiconductor supply chain. And there
sorry
was
if
an
I got
indication
to your
that Qualcomm knew.
Sorry if I got to your question late. I just seen it. My cat's been bugging me to feed her, but she has a little bit of food and she's fine till the market closes. She can wait a little bit. She's been going crazy. She's been going at the door and she's laying down now, so.
In the final stretch, S&P now less than 2% from record highs. Chris Verone, head of technical and macro research at Strategas, is back at Post 9 with where he sees the market going. I mean, it was, what, a few weeks ago we felt like, oh, we in the store for a 10% or more correction, and here we are. Should we be believers in this bounce back?
Yeah, I think we should, and really for a couple reasons. You know, by call it third week of April, you started to see the oversold conditions come together, and you know, the judge of any oversold is how the market responds from that. And I think it's been very compelling since. I mean, number one, you have the VIX back to where it was pre-correction. You have credit conditions which never deteriorated even as the market was coming in. So look at double B or even triple C spreads are on their lows. And I think maybe most importantly of the lot, financials are right back at the highs. I mean, these banks have acted great through the correction and now coming out of it. And Scott, I think when you're working through these corrective phases, you always want to be paying attention to what is the first groups making new highs coming out of this. And you know, the banks are there, a lot of global markets already back at the highs as well. So this still looks pretty good to us.
All right, so now take all that. What's it mean for how long?
Yeah,
how long is this sustainable?
We have good seasonality basically from mid-May through about late July. The old sell in May and go away, I don't know where that came from. It doesn't work. When you look at the data historically, late May through about late July is actually one of the sweet spots of the calendar. But what I think is more important here is how the leadership might be evolving. Look where the strength is coming from. Financials, materials, rest of world. I mean, the strength in China is underappreciated. The strength in Europe's underappreciated. UK FTSE just broke out of a massive rain. So maybe we're changing what's driving it, but I would expect new highs into summer.
You would. I guess we've seen this movie before with a more broad move higher. What does that mean for the tech trade? Where there were real questions about it, but then it came back, and it came back strongly as a result of earnings.
I don't think it's quite as monolithic as it has been the last 6 or 7 months. You saw it with the Mag 7 earnings. There's been some divergence. Even Microsoft, which is not too far from the highs, on a relative basis, that's been a bit underwhelming. I mean, the strength has really come from Google. That chart continues to look fantastic. I think the rally in Apple, we ought to be a little bit careful with. We're back into some resistance here. But the bigger story, as you just said, there's a broadening re-happening here. And I think the most important part of that is these global markets trade great.
You know what's interesting, too, is that the AI story, and we've been talking about it a lot on the network in the past few days at minimum, has made what may be considered traditionally defensive areas of the market not necessarily defensive. And I'm zeroing in on utilities as I say that, which are up 1.25%, this week. Because of all of the thought about, well, what's going to power all these data centers and all this production of these AI chips. How are you thinking about that space and then other traditionally defensive areas?
It's a great question. The first rule in our work is we know we don't know, right? We're trying to give our best guess and play probabilities, but I'm shocked how many times
I was
I've
just
heard
looking
that
at
line
some of
of
these
reasoning over the
earnings.
last 5 or 6 weeks, that this move in utilities is the next way to play AI. I'd be careful with narrative creep. Whenever you start to see narrative creep, it does raise an antenna for us. Perhaps utilities are working simultaneously with staples because there is a bit of a counter-cyclical streak that's running through markets here. So I would be careful about making the AI jump. If you want to play AI, buy AI stocks. I mean, NVIDIA's closer to the highs than it was a few weeks ago.
They're so crowded. I mean, it's not, and the valuations have gotten stretched, right? I mean, if you're looking for other ways to play AI, I'm not saying like go out and buy every single utility name.
Yeah.
But that appears to be a legitimate angle and maybe the next angle to the AI story.
Let me propose another hypothesis. Is it possible that utilities are turning here because bond yields don't run away from us? Is it possible that utilities are suggestive that bond yields move lower? And that's where I think is the more consequential piece of information.
Yes, choice C, all the above.
Perhaps
all the above. I agree with you 100%.
I think for macro investors, the more important question is 6 months from now, is it 10-year yields at 5.25 or is it 10-year yields at 4? And I think this turn in utilities, the strength in the banks, I argue more of a likelihood of 4% 10-year yields than 5.5.
Well, if your market thesis is going to work, I sure as heck hope so. It's good to see you, Chris.
Amen.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Chris Ferrone. All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close. We're back with Christina Partsinevelos, who's standing by. Christina.
Another software name posts strong earnings, but investors still aren't impressed. And shares of a luxury car brand are lower. It once sold the most expensive car in the world. Can you guess? Details next.
I'm thinking about Apple too. I'm thinking about it.
A trial.
15 from the bell. Back to Christina now for the stocks that she is watching. What do we see now?
Well, let's start with Datadog because that's trading lower about, 11%. The president is stepping down by year end, and the revenue growth of this security software provider was a little light of buy-side expectations. As Morgan Stanley puts it in a note this morning, there's nothing really wrong with this earnings report other than expectations had really crept up after we saw growth in Microsoft Azure as well as Amazon Web Services. Shares down 11.5. Did you guess the name of that sports car? Ferrari. Also disappointing investors with its underwhelming earnings report, flat deliveries, and the fact that it reiterated its full-year forecast. The sports car maker doesn't plan any price increases on existing models either. They said that on the call, but would rather push on personalizations given the higher margins. That means you pay more for paint color or a specific fabric to create that one-of-a-kind look, should you be so lucky. Shares down 6%. Scott?
All right. Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos still ahead. Reddit's first earnings report as a publicly traded company is out after the bell. Those shares are heading higher into the print. Still trading, though, right around the IPO price of $47. We'll discuss what to look for coming up. And a quick programming note. Don't miss Starwood Capital's Barry Sternlicht. He's live from the Milken Conference tonight on Last Call, 7 Eastern. Back after this. Welcome back. Billionaire investor Stanley Druckenmiller locking in some gains from his NVIDIA position, saying AI might be a little overhyped in the near term. For a list of other AI-related names that may be vulnerable to profit-taking, you can head to cnbc.com/ProPick. Up next, counting down to Reddit and Wynn Resorts as both companies set to report at the top of the hour in overtime. I'll tell you a rundown of what to watch for when those results hit the tape in the Market Zone next. We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus 2 earnings we're watching at OT today. Julia Borston on Reddit. It's the first earnings report as a publicly traded company.
5 minutes left. I'll see you guys
Michael,
on the
we're
watch
pushing up right at 5,200. Trying to, I don't know if we're going to get there today. But we're close.
Been able to hang in there. It's been this little bit of a sprint. 1% up days in the Nasdaq and all the rest of it. Volume's super light, and I say that as a way of the stress kind of draining out of the market. I mean, if you look at the S&P Index Fund ETF or the QQQ, it's like not that much more than half of an average day's volume so far. That means people are more comfortable with this setup. Whether you kind of have the horses to just blast through the old highs, obviously still unclear. I heard Verone talking about the financials. That's also something I've been fixated on. Banks are kind of holding their gains today, being able to make some hay with the decline in bond yields. And even consumer cyclicals, that's something I've been kind of watching for how heavy they've been in the last couple of weeks, are improving on a relative basis to things like staples. So, you know, things are holding together reasonably well.
What do you make of the commentary around the growth trade? Druckenmiller, NVIDIA, Gerstner talking about maybe trimming a little bit kind of across the board. Adam Parker writing about, you know, protecting capital as a growth manager. Thoughts?
I do think, well, first of all, you've seen the evidence of that in the actual market. The way that these stocks have flattened out on a relative basis, and they've gotten a little bit jumpier in response to earnings. I mean, the way Meta, if you look at a one-year chart or even a two-year chart of Meta, and you have these two vertical lines on there, it's this massive company, and so people are a little touchy about exactly what the trajectory is. I think there's also this huge debate in the market right now of, we know the obvious beneficiaries of AI, but ultimately, don't new technologies mostly kind of have the gains reaped by software, not hardware? So the build out, we've capitalized it. The rest of it, I think there's uncertainty around that. So it's an interesting next phase, but also I think it's about portfolio positioning and going out of the crowded and toward things that have been underexploited.
Hey, now we're talking about utilities as AI plays. So
I think that's a little bit
down
of
that road.
It's a little bit of a sort of reverse logic on that. You know, they also going to have to spend an enormous amount of money in capex to try and get that capacity up to deliver the power. And you had actually Greg Abel at Berkshire Hathaway talking about that over the weekend.
Yeah. Julia Borston, Reddit's the first earnings report as a publicly traded company. Tell us more.
That's right, the very first one. And the question is whether Reddit shows the same kind of digital advertising growth that we saw from Meta, YouTube, and the other ad giants. The stock is up about 45% from its IPO price of $34 a share. And analysts expect the company to report revenue of $213 million and a loss of $8.71 per share. Analysts are also looking for the company to report 76.6 million daily active users. That would be up from the 73 million that Reddit reported in its S1. That's as of the end of last year. Now, going into today's report, 53% of analysts have a buy rating on the stock, 40% have a hold, and 7% have a sell. Back over to you, Scott.
All right, Julie, appreciate that very much. Julia Borston, now to Contessa Brewer, who's going to tell us what to watch for when Wynn reports. Contessa.
Well, you know, Scott, Wynn is coming in here at the tail of casino earnings, so we've already gained some perspective on Macau through MGM and Las Vegas Sands, and in Las Vegas with MGM and Caesars. So any excitement will come from Wynn significantly outperforming its competitors, or I guess underperforming. Analysts, though, are likely to ask more about Wynn's plans to open its Middle East casino resort in the UAE early in 2027. We got artist renderings released just yesterday. Look at this. And as you can see, the tower's underway. This is really going to be a game changer for the Middle East. I mean, gambling in the United Arab Emirates. Meanwhile, let's get to the numbers. The Street's expecting Wynn Resorts to come in with revenue of $1.79 billion and earnings of $1.27 per share. They're up against tough comps from last year's first quarter. And then Wynn shares we've seen up more than 6% this year. That outperforms Sands and